Thank you. This is the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council Planning Committee on the 21st of May 2020. Welcome to members, officers, ward councillors and to everyone observing this meeting online. I shall firstly go to Democratic Services Officer to read out the housekeeping notice regarding how this Skype meeting will be managed.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm Joe Tyler here, Democratic Officer and Clerk to this meeting. I'm just going to read out the formal Skype meetings of the Planning Committee housekeeping notice. Please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone present follow these ground rules for speaking. Only speak when invited to by the Chairman. State your name before you speak if you have not been introduced by name already. Please mute your microphone when you are not talking. After the committee has heard from the planning officer and received written statements from the public and any verbal statements from ward councillors, the Chairman will ask committee members who wish to speak to do so by typing RTS, request to speak, in the instant message conversation panel on the bottom left-hand side of your screen and click the arrow button to send it. Please note this panel is visible to all parties within the call. Please do not use this panel for any other purpose than requesting to speak. Can I please ask that members only type RTS when they are invited for comments by the Chairman at the relevant time? This is to prevent any confusion in the order of speakers. The Chairman will ask officers to respond or clarify as required. If at any point you would like to speak again, please again type RTS. Please note that when the vote is taken, the Chairman will read out the name of each committee member in turn, and they will need to indicate whether they are voting for or against the move, or whether abstaining from the vote altogether. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Thank you, Chair. That is the housekeeping notice. I'll pass back to you for the first items.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. I will now ask each person participating in the meeting to state their name and role. I will start with committee members. Myself, Councillor Simon Bull, Chairman. Councillor Simon McCormack.
Councillor Simon McCormack, Ward Councillor for Burton and Grange and Vice Chair of Planning.
Councillor Barron.
Councillor Barron, Ward Councillor for Parkstone.
Councillor Bartlett.
Councillor Bartlett, Ward Councillor for Red Hill and I've forgotten the other place.
North Ward.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Davies. Councillor Davies, are you on mute? Okay, Councillor Dunlop.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop, Ward Councillor for Moordown and a Planning Committee member.
Councillor Hall.
Peter Hall, Christchurch Town Centre.
Councillor Hilliard.
Paul Hilliard, Councillor for Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe.
Johnson.
Councillor Toby Johnston, Ward Councillor for Alderney and Bourne Valley.
Councillor Kelsey.
Councillor Kelsey, Ward Councillor for East Cliff and Springbourne.
Councillor Le Poitevin.
Marion Le Poitevin, Councillor for New.
Councillor Miller.
Drew Mello, Councillor for Talbot and Branksome Woods.
Councillor O'Neill.
Councillor Tony O'Neill, Ward Councillor for Pen Hill.
Councillor Stribley.
Anne Stribley, Parkstone Ward Councillor.
And Councillor Trent.
Yeah, Councillor Trent, Ward Councillor for Alderney and Bourne Valley.
Davies, are you with us? Okay. Officers, Mr. Gould.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Simon Gould, Development Management Manager.
Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Evans, Development Management Team Leader.
Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chair. David Hodges, Team Leader, Development Management.
Mrs. Barrable.
Thank you, Chairman. Nikki Barrable. I'm the Senior Planning and Highways Solicitor and act as the Legal Advisor for the Planning Committee.
Mr. Tyler.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Joe Tyler, Democratic and Overview and Scrutiny Officer, and I will be clerking this meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davies, I can see your picture. Are you with us now? Okay. Moving on. In addition, we have officers from Democratic Services providing technical support to the meeting. I now move on to the agenda items for this meeting. And I will ask Mr. Tyler if there are any apologies for this meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. We have received no apologies for this meeting.
Therefore, no substitute members. Declarations of interest. If committee members have any declarations of interest, please can they type RTS in the instant messaging conversation panel on the left-hand side of the screen.
Chair, just while we're waiting for any declarations there, I just wanted to remind the committee that the advice would be that all councillors should follow the guidance on the interest sheets attached to the agenda. They should follow the flowchart and use the bias test and the predetermination test. And obviously, if they do have any interests, to declare it and to satisfy themselves that they can make a decision that is neither predetermined nor biased and on planning merits alone. Thank you. I just wanted to remind the committee members that. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. There are two items in relation to TVT, Talbot Village Trust. In my capacity as Chair of Trustees of a charity called Stormbreak, and my role as the Governor of Bishop Aldham's, both of those organisations have benefited from grants from Talbot Village Trust charity at some point, and I'd like to declare those, but I'll be continuing in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCormack.
Yes, in relation to items 6D and 6E, the Talbot Village Trust, I'm a trustee of the Somerford Art Community Centre that has received money from the Talbot Village Trust, so I will not be participating in these items.
Thank you. Councillor Trent.
I'm a trustee of a charitable organisation which has benefited from an award from Talbot Village Trust and is likely to benefit from an additional award, although it's not actually the organisation that's applied, it's an organisation that the organisation is linked to, but I won't be participating in those two items.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a trustee of a couple of charities and also a school which have benefited from grant funding, but I haven't actually been involved in the grant funding, so I will be retaining.
Just for the sake of transparency, I'm a member of a church that has benefited from the Talbot Village Trust, but I was not involved in the application process in any way, and I don't feel it affects my neutrality on the planning issues, so I intend to stay on committee.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Confirmation of minutes. Unless anyone indicates otherwise, I will assume that the committee agrees to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 30th of April 2020 as an accurate record. Thank you. Public issues. Written statements from members of the public, applicants and ward councillors received by the deadline of 12 noon yesterday. Correction, they're not the ward councillors. So written statements from members of the public and applicants received by the deadline of 12 noon yesterday have been published on the council's website and a link emailed to committee members.
Chairman, sorry to interrupt. If I might, Joe Tyler, Democratic Services.
Yes, yeah.
Just for clarity on the public issues one, there are some written statements attached to the public participation list that was published and emailed around yesterday, and they are from ward councillors that have wished to send in a written statement. But as per your powers as chairman and allowing ward councillors the right to speak, we do also have several ward councillors that will be making a verbal statement on the items today. So there are some written statements published by ward councillors, and we will also be hearing some verbal statements from ward councillors for the planning applications. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. After the officer presentation on each individual application, I will refer to these written statements and ask the committee to confirm that these have been received and taken into account. Okay, can I just check whether Councillor Davies is with us now? Still having problems. Okay, we should go into the first planning application item 6A, 19 Avon Wharf, Bridge Street.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going to give a second, and if anyone is not able to currently see the top page of the PowerPoint, if they could just indicate, please. Okay, that's just we're good to go. So first item on the agenda, Chairman, is for alterations to the existing dwelling at 19 Avon Wharf, Christchurch, and the specific works are to replace existing roof lights with a dormer to the front elevation, a dormer to the rear elevation, and erect a conservatory on the rear. So this is a site, just to give your bearings, right, Christchurch Town Centre, on the left-hand side here, High Street, the council's offices opposite the site here, and Bridge Street running between the town centre and to the north of the site. And the site is part of a development in this area here, which you see on the aerial photograph, constructed all at the same time. You'll note there's a fairly distinctive appearance to the buildings from this sort of aerial view, where you can see a number of old openings, existing openings within the roofscape of the buildings. So the site is a mid-terraced house towards the south end of the development, and you can see that it's accessed through Bridge Street through an existing gate and a covered way into a courtyard at the south end of the site. So this is a section through the existing buildings. One of the things just to draw your attention to and outlined in the report, this is the existing roof light in the building. It's fairly low down, so that height from the bottom of the roof light to the floor level is 0.98 as set out in your report. So in effect, someone in the building would already have a view out of this opening here. Similarly, we've got similar height at the bottom of the roof light here, so an average height person has a view out in this direction from the site currently. But also you can see where the extent of normal height, 2 metre plus interior room height, is fairly limited within these bedrooms, which is one of the reasons we understand for the applicant seeking to just increase the overall usable head height within these rooms. And on the right hand side, you can see how the proposed dormer to front and rear would look in this profile section, and also the rear conservatory. So in terms of the floor plan, in terms of the bottom floor plan, there'll be no change. On the right-hand side, you can see the existing, where you have an existing terrace, and this will be enclosed by the conservatory. Above that, you have this existing roof light replaced by this full height dormer with an opening door and Juliet balcony. And then to the front, you replace this existing roof light with a dormer window. When viewed from the front, in effect in plan view, you would barely see a difference, but of course in reality you would view the alterations in 3D, and the dormer window would be projecting forward if you were in the private courtyard to the front. And again, with this element to the rear, this would be projecting out from the roof of the building. Just included this plan for the adopted conservation area appraisal adopted by the preceding authority to help members understand a bit of the context of the historic buildings within the conservation area. So just looking at the red buildings are statutorily listed buildings in the area. The bluey purple colours are locally listed buildings, and then the conservation area appraisal identifies the green buildings as contributing positively to the character appearance of the conservation area. Note that the site is actually here, and in the adopted appraisal is not acknowledged as contributing to the character and appearance of the conservation area. So moving on to photos of the site, looking at the bottom left, this is the site here. You can see a similarly designed dormer window on to the left-hand side on the neighbour. You can also see where the proposed conservatory would be erected and how the adjacent property at number 18 projects further forward, closer to the river. So the conservatory would sit in this area here and the proposed dormer above here. Looking at it from just an angle, you can see how the proposals has tried to pick up on a design of dormer that's prevalent elsewhere within the development, and this would sit in this area here and the conservatory in this area here. This is just to highlight some of the conservatories and additions that have been made to other properties in the vicinity. So this is taking actually view from across at the council offices, where you've got a public available view back across the river towards the site, and you can see how within the rest of the development you've got similar dormer windows to the proposed design apparent on the adjoining properties. Looking from the front, this is in the courtyard, so the property in here, so the front dormer would go into this place, into this section here of the existing roof light, and there you can see the relationship with the neighbour to the north and also to the south, and the dormer window in effect sit just on this area here. So just some further views. This is the view from Bridge Street into the development itself, where actually the scheme can't be seen. And there are views, distant views across from the listed bridge to the north as on Bridge Street, which heads back into town. And you may just be able to make out the similar unusually styled lean back dormers on the existing development. And just finally, a couple of views of other alterations that have taken place within the development to show that some changes have taken place over time. Chairman, the proposals have been amended following a refusal by the preceding authority, taking out a dormer window and now down to a single dormer to front, single dormer to rear, and the proposed conservatory. And we've given these due consideration. Our view is they have minimal impact on the wider character and appearance of the area or the conservation area itself as a heritage asset, and also have an acceptable impact on neighbours' living conditions. You will have seen in the additional information that came through yesterday a query about the materials. If members were concerned about the proposed materials to be used, we could tweak the condition 3 of the proposed recommendation to simply say materials to match, and that would appear to cover that issue. But on that basis, Chairman, we are content to recommend the application for approval to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. I now refer to the following written statements which have been received. In objection from R. Deeming, T. Lane, P. Fenig. In support, none, and Ward Councillor Cox. Unless anyone indicates otherwise, I will assume that all committee members have received these statements and taken them into account. Councillor McCormack.
Sorry, I just wanted to be the first to speak when we get to the debate stage.
Right, thank you. I will now invite any committee members who wish to speak to do so by typing RTS in the conversation panel. Please do not use this panel for any other purpose, and I will ask officers to respond when required. I will check that the committee member has finished and then move on to the next request. This does not prevent committee members and officers from requesting to speak again later on in the debate. Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. I was just around that condition 3. I have taken a look around this development, and the windows and doors are predominantly a dark brown colour, and I've noticed that this is being proposed as a black aluminium, which would be a change of appearance on this, and I think it would read better for the windows and doors to match what's currently there.
Mr. Hodges?
Apologies, Chairman. Yes, as just advised, we'd be content for a condition to amend the condition to say materials to match, and that should be certainly within the scope of the applicant to deliver a scheme and materials that match the existing building. So we'd have no objections to that change at all, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I noted that paragraph 40 of the report, it says that if it hadn't been in the conservation area, then the work could be carried out under permitted development. I'm just wondering if that's correct, given that there is on the front elevation, there is actually a dormer going on the front elevation. So is it correct to say that it would have been carried out under permitted development had it not been in a conservation area? Thank you.
Chairman, yes, just for clarity, yes, a front dormer can be erected if it's not facing a public highway. So the test is under the permitted development regulations is it has to be on the principal elevation and fronting a highway. Now, as in this particular case, the property fronts into a private courtyard. It's not part of the public highway. So outside of the conservation area, the dormers would, in my professional opinion, be permitted development. Notwithstanding that, the applicant doesn't have a fallback position because the works require planning permission. So in this particular instance, you do need to consider the proposals on their merits, because the nature of the regulations require that a permission is needed for the works as proposed. So there isn't a fallback position, and you need to be clear in your own mind that the application just simply needs to be determined on its merits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Bartlett, do you have anything further at this point?
No, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, one of my questions has already been answered about the use of materials that certainly do need to be tested and conditioned. I too have visited this development. It is a unique development by the riverside in a courtyard style, and a courtyard within a courtyard. The second courtyard being where this residence is, so it's almost a location within a location. I do have concerns. I'm certainly concerned about the combination of a dormer window on the rear elevation with a Juliet balcony, and I do believe this will lead to overlooking. And indeed, with a dormer on the front elevation, this also leads to some overlooking into the property opposite, which is only about 20 feet away, but bearing in mind the height, it looks down into the property. I do believe that this area of the development is much out of character. There are very few dormers within the development, and it would cause some concerning overlooking of the adjacent properties. Thank you.
Councillor Stripley.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't sure if I'd got in or not. I personally don't see a problem with this application at all. It's very similar to what is already there. Had it been the first one, I may have had some concerns. But all the windows look out in the same direction. The new dormers will look out in the same direction. So I can't see there will be any more overlooking than currently exists. I really don't have a problem at all. I would think it very difficult to refuse this application.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to draw the officers' and members' attention to the letter against from Mr. Fenning, and ask the officer, can he confirm whether the report does have a full planning history, and then in particular noting the previous Christchurch Borough Council's conservation officers' particular comments. Yes, they were different applications, but I think the fact that we're still talking about dormers and changing colours, the conservation officer still says it's going to affect the area. Can I have comments on that, please? Thanks.
Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, the description of the planning history deliberately leaves off two applications which were made by the applicant which were invalid. Those applications weren't determined, so they have no bearing on in terms of the history and the any fallback position or any relevance to where we are at the moment. So we never determined those applications. The applicant struggled a little bit with the niceties of the certificate A process, because my understanding is there's a leasehold freehold management company set up, and also on an earlier application they neglected to serve notice on the adjacent property where the works would physically adjoin. So that's the reason for leaving those off, just simply to avoid any confusion over the decisions that we made. The most important thing is to realise the history of the previous application. That was an application recommended to the preceding authority for approval, but was refused by the planning committee. That in relation to the conservation officer's comments, yes, the conservation officer did not object to the earlier application, and the scheme was recommended to approval to the preceding authority, notwithstanding that the decision taken was to refuse. Bearing in mind we had a revised scheme, we thought it prudent to seek a view of the current conservation team at BCP to gain their take on it. You'll see that set out in the report, and how that's not either way, I think, is my interpretation of their comments. Not objecting, not offering a sort of full support. So we've taken that on board in the recommendation to you, and bear that in mind in the balancing exercise, Chairman.
And Chairman, if I can just come back on the aspect about changing the materials, because that seems to be quite a fundamental change, that we're changing the colours of the windows and doors, we're changing the roof tiles, we're changing the render. How would you actually ensure what the proposals are and that they are carried out and they're going to look okay? It sounds to be like a new application. Thank you.
Chairman, yes, thank you. There's no compelling need to change the roof covering as part of the scheme, and we could ensure that the frames via condition would match the colours of the existing frames. So I'm comfortable that an applicant will be able to comply with such a condition. The only aspect I would need to draw to members' attention is the ability, the fallback position that any occupier within that development does have to change aspects of the building without needing planning permission. So it's just to be aware that, for example, these roof lights and these windows can be changed without consent and could be replaced, for example, with a white PVC that doesn't match. Similarly, the doors, garage doors, and critically, it's still permitted development to take that entire roof covering off and replace it with a completely separate roof covering, which might be of a different colour and different form, even within a conservation area, that's still permitted development under the regulation. So I think if members are concerned about the materials aspect of it, having a condition that says materials to match leaves the roof covering intact and actually potentially assists in keeping the scheme integrated into the wider whole of it. And the only aspect of change to the materials that the council retains control over in a conservation area is the cladding or the rendering of the property.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. David, thank you for your presentation. Just one quick question first. The dormer to the water elevation, I think you showed that they were well established. The dormer to the other elevation, it didn't look in the pictures we saw that any were there. So has that precedence been established, or could you just touch on that before I carry on, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just thank you for the question. I would just take you to the courtyard views. No, in effect, within that immediate locality, you can see no similar dormers on that front elevation. So we acknowledge that and accept that that is a change to the front elevation. And due to the nature of the scheme, that's not viewed in any wider public views. So it's simply viewed within the courtyard, and so the impacts of that are fairly limited. And as I say, the following negotiations from the case officer, they have replicated a design that is apparent on the remainder of the development.
But thank you very much for that. So I'm reflecting a little bit on Councillor O'Neill's point here around the door opening and balcony being in place as opposed to a window. I mean, that is if you can open that and look out from it, that's for me a material change of use, and there must be an overlooking issue in that. It's a very different thing to have a balcony and a door you can open, Juliet balcony, than just a window. So I do have some difficulty with that. We come back to it being in a conservation area. This has gone through a prior planning committee. It's not materially different, to the refused application. The conservation officer, and I take your point, David, wasn't supportive or against this, but the conservation officer hasn't, underwritten their support to it. So I just think we've got to be a little bit careful. The fact that we are then having a material departure rather the precedent on the new dormer, on the new elevation. I take the point that it's in a more secluded area, but that's still setting precedent. Councillor Stribley is quite right. If you look at what's on the water side, the precedent's already very well established. I don't think it is in the other side of it. So I appreciate it's a relatively simple application, but I've got some concerns with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The photographs that have been shown don't do justice to the facts, I don't think. All of the properties are brick elevations that have been painted over in different colours, which gives it quite a unique feature as you walk around the development. So rendering is not typical of this development, and therefore I'm concerned about that change. And also the painting, what guarantees have we got anyway that the rendering and its painting would lead to a similar and sympathetic matching? I do re-emphasise that I am concerned about materials, but I think that's been addressed. I am concerned more so about the combination of a dormer with a Juliet, because the ability to open up that Juliet and hang over and look down on the adjoining properties is quite significant. Also, the Juliet to the front is a change in the design of this area of courtyard and will have an impact on the property opposite. That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
I would like to ask a question, if I may, in the first place. When this building development was done with this site, it was granted and the architect won a prestigious award for good design. Could I ask the officer, would the alterations to this development with the dormer windows, which seem to be out of character, still maintain that good design that won the award? Thank you.
Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, you'll see in the report will be given due consideration to the impact of the design and the significance of the buildings within the conservation area. And the principal point we just need to emphasise is that in terms of assessing the value of the buildings within to the character of the area, the most important part is you need to rely on the most recently adopted document. So the most recent assessment made of the area is by the preceding council's conservation area appraisal. So that's taken a view of the scheme and its value and its contribution within the conservation as it appears today, rather than when the development was constructed. So it's important to have regard to that, which is why we've quoted those relevant paragraphs where it talks about the particular area, and it needs, any decision on the proposals needs to be made in light of that adopted guidance, because that is what will be looked at by, for example, an inspector in an appeal situation. With all these things, it's the most recently adopted guidance which is the most important in making the decision, not a previous policy or a previous document that was adopted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit that I'm actually struggling to see why this actually even ended up at planning committee. It all seems to be permitted development. Almost anyone in a property can change minor details like this, and I can understand perhaps if it's the first on this development and it sets a precedent for others, but as far as I can tell, it is something which is actually quite innocuous and, as I say, would come under permitted development without any issues whatsoever normally. Maybe officers can correct me on that, but you know, I do think this is small fry when it comes to some of the big issues that we have to deal with.
Chairman, just for clarity, the works do need planning permission because no roof extensions are permissible to a building within the conservation area, so that's the reason why they need consent. At that point, that brings it under the formal control of the planning application process, and therefore you need to determine the application on its merits with regard to the material considerations that we've set out in the report. Just for clarity on that, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Poitevin.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, two quick questions and then a brief comment. Question one, can you clarify the Juliet balcony? It is only on the rear, the river side of the property, isn't it? The front courtyard side is just a dormer. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman, that's correct. So looking at the current slide, where hopefully you can see the cursor, so the Juliet balcony is that line there, and just to clarify as well that currently, because of the nature of the low level of that roof light, those views are possible out of there currently as well as they would be from the proposal.
Thank you. The other question is to do with the render. Reading the application and the comments, it seemed to me that the applicant was using the word render when in fact they just meant paint. So can you clarify what they are actually envisaging doing with the walls?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just take to the elevations. I think it's simply a misunderstanding on the applicant's part where they've referred to the walls of the property as render on the application form. As you'll see on the plans here, there's no indication of an intention to render the property shown on these proposed elevations. So, and again, as advised earlier, a condition that simply stated materials to match would cover that issue, Chairman.
Thank you. That confirms my reading of the document. And the comment, going to see the property, there is a clear dormer on the courtyard at number 14. which I assume is an addition. Whether it's an addition or whether it was original, I don't know, but it's a very clear dormer. I agree there are no additional dormers in the run of properties around the applicant site, but immediately opposite over the courtyard there's number 14 with a clear dormer, and frankly, given the clarification and the condition regarding materials, I can't see an issue here.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Stribley.
I thank you, Chairman, but Marion's just in effect asked the questions, and I think a condition of matching materials puts to bed any other concerns I might have had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to come back to this dormer in the front elevation, and generally speaking, dormers at front elevations, because they're seen by the public or whatever, do get resisted, and that's why generally under permitted development you wouldn't be allowed to put a dormer in the front elevation. And it's not just because it happens to be a street, it's because a terrace of properties, the aesthetics of it is defined by the style across the whole terrace. So it does have quite an impact if one of a terrace puts a dormer window into the overall design and aesthetics of the building itself. Now, whether that building is overlooking a road and is viewed by the public, the same principle applies when you come inside a courtyard and you look at a building and its overall design. So if you see a terrace of adjoining houses and only one of them has got a dormer in it, which is different from the others, it does affect the overall design and character of that terrace quite a bit. Now, I guess the point here is that maybe a precedent has been set by having a dormer in a front elevation on a property nearby, but nevertheless I think it does have an overall negative impact on the design and the aesthetics of the buildings overall. So I still have concerns about the dormer in the front elevation. I'm okay with the rest of it though.
Thank you. Councillor Hall. Councillor Hall.
Hello. This has come before Christchurch before for refusal, and since then we've had the core strategy with H1 and H2 of the Christchurch Dorset local plan, and policies BE4, 1 and 4 of that, and H12 are against it. And my opinion is that it is going to be detrimental to the overall site, and I'd like to propose that this development, as it is refused because it does not comply with the policies that have been established, and it will be out of keeping with the Avon Wharf site that has been established. And although it was some time ago when it won the award, that is still one of the main things, and the character will be changed. So it's really we got really good reason for a refusal, and I think using policy BE4 and H12 and H1 and HE2 are positive reasons for rejection. So I'd like to propose that this is rejected. I've listened to the debate so far, and I'm very happy to propose it's refused.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I ask for a seconder, I have some other councillors wishing to speak. Councillor Kelsey.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It was just a quick one to Mr. Hostages, and possibly needs to go to Ms. Barrable. We seem to have concern over the front dormer only. I think on the whole, the majority of the board seem to be happy with what's going on at the rear. Is there a possibility that a split decision could be given on this, or does it have to be taken as one whole decision, please?
Chairman, I'm content to answer that. The local planning authority doesn't have that power, unfortunately. It would be possible to send a message as part of the minutes or the like, if ultimately the scheme was unsuccessful, to clarify that were the committee to agree. But no, we're not in a position to in effect pick and choose the bits we like and don't like out of the scheme. We need to determine the whole of the scheme on its merits.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in Mrs. Barrable at this point.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify the issue that keeps getting raised about precedent and just remind councillors again that there isn't any such thing as precedent. Obviously, if you've got dormers that are already on the building in various parts, although you're taking into account only on a case-by-case basis, you do obviously have to distinguish if you're not going to allow one when you've allowed one somewhere else, but it isn't a precedent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, did you want to come back?
Can you hear me?
Can now.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, the screen went blank all of a sudden. Yeah, just a couple of points. I mean, there's obviously a number of areas of concern. Councillor Barr, I believe, made a relevant statement about the Juliet on the front of the property, not least because this is a courtyard within a courtyard. No Juliets are contained within that more confined area, and it would change the character of that area of the development, I believe, quite significantly. I also re-emphasise the rear dormer. The dormer itself is not a problem, but the combination of a Juliet will definitely enable the occupier to look down onto the terraces of the other two properties, each side of. These properties are not staggered in this area. They are in a single line with very similar design, and the dormer with the Juliet would enable looking down. And I still retain my concern over the dormer at the front, its relevance, and the risk of overlooking. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I wanted to second the proposal to refuse this application.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have a motion on the table from Councillor Hall to refuse the application, seconded by Councillor Hilliard. Can I ask Mr. Hodges if you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's just a couple of things in that regard. This is a householder application, and under the appeal process for a householder application, it's streamlined. So the authority is not able to submit any further statements at the appeal stage. The inspector will make their decision on the basis of the merits, but also on the report submitted by the council to the planning committee. So clearly what we've got at the moment is a report that sets out the merits of the scheme and recommends those for approval. So in moving for an alternative recommendation for refusal, we need to be very clear what the harm is, and we need to be very clear why that demonstrably outweighs the benefits of the scheme, and that needs to be recorded in the reason for refusal and also within the minutes, Chairman. So with moving on from that, I think we would want to be clear on the harm that the proposals cause and what particular aspects they are causing, not simply a quote for the policies. We need to drill down into what actually is the harm, what makes the nature of the scheme unacceptable, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. I'm going to ask Councillor Hall to come back in on that. I'm also aware that I've got Councillor Stribley and Councillor Dunlop waiting to speak. So, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's going to be detrimental to the character and appearance of the wider Christchurch conservation area, and the scheme is still contrary to policies HE1, HE2, and that's the Christchurch and East Dorset Local Plan Part 1, and core strategy policies. Also, BE4 points 1 and 4 and H12 of the Christchurch Borough Local Plan, and I think those are very important. And I think the character and the overlooking that it will make on other properties in that development are really detrimental to the well-being of the residents on the rest of the site. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stribley.
Sorry, thank you, Chairman. I've heard what the objections are, but I find them very difficult to understand. The current roof light, where the Juliet balcony and full door is proposed, is already a low sill. Anybody could open the roof light and hang out and look over the neighbours if they wanted to. If there are fences between properties and you wish to peer at your neighbours, you can get on a stepladder and do exactly that. We have Juliet balconies all over the conurbation, and I've never heard a problem of anybody hanging out and peering out at their neighbours. It really does seem quite extraordinary, and I think we would be absolutely taken to the cleaners if we refused this and went to appeal on it. As the officer has told us, nothing new will be given to the inspector on the issue. There are other dormers in the area, and there are other balconies around, and people can stand on those and overhang them if they wish to do so. It's not what people do. You glance out of your window and you may stand there for a brief look, but if you're the type of person going to peer down at your neighbours, you'll be doing that anyway, regardless of whether you've got a Juliet balcony.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dunlop.
Just very briefly, actually, Chairman, Councillor Stribley has perfectly illustrated the point I was going to make about overlooking, and there are degrees of overlooking. It's also worth remembering that all developments and all proposals have impact. We can't remove all potential impacts, and we have to look at the reasonableness of that impact. And I don't agree that harm will be caused by this proposal, and I don't believe it is detrimental to that development. And I also think that we've talked about what was envisaged by the architect, and that's mentioned. I don't see that some dormers and a balcony are going to take away from that. And it's quite possible that here we are many, many years later, that it would be viewed differently. And that's obviously why we're here. We're having to view things differently. We have to look at the proposal on its singular merit. People have talked about precedent, and Nikki has kindly pointed out that, that there is no such thing. I do not see a problem with this development, and if a proposal wasn't on the table to refuse it, Chairman, I would be putting one forward to grant it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a motion on the table. I'm going to ask Councillor Johnson, as he's requested to speak, and then I'm going to go to that motion. So, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, no, it was merely to address some concerns that people have had regarding that the harm caused by that proposed front dormer. Really, I don't think it can cause enough harm as to merit, because it's only visible from the courtyard, from a private courtyard, and I really cannot see how harm can be done to the greater conservation area when it can only be seen from a tiny little private courtyard through which very few people will be walking. So really, I will not be supporting the movement to refuse, and I would certainly go along with Councillor Dunlop in supporting the officer's recommendation, as I just don't think there's enough harm done, and I cannot see anything wrong with this development at all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hodges. Sorry, Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chairman. Promoted. Yes, I just wanted to clarify Councillor Hall's move before we went to the vote, because my understanding of the first move was about the character, but in the qualifying comments, I understood a move on privacy. We would ordinarily tackle those as two separate reasons for refusal. I just wanted the clarity on that particular move, that the alleged harm is in relation to the character of the area, and a second reason as a detrimental impact on neighbours' living conditions from a loss of privacy.
Councillor Hall, can you confirm that's...
I was very happy to confirm that it would be loss of privacy as well, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to the vote on that motion. Councillor Davies, can I just confirm with you, you've missed part of the presentation, so I'm not going to ask you to vote on this application.
I don't intend to vote. That's why.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to refuse this application. It's been put forward by Councillor Hall and seconded by Councillor Hilliard. I shall call your name, each councillor's name, and please can you register your vote, which will be for, against, or abstain. Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Leprovidivin.
Against.
Councillor Miller.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Trent.
Against.
And myself, Councillor Bull, against. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the total number of votes for the motion is 6, and the total number of votes against the motion is 8. There were no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you. So that motion has fallen. Can I ask if there's anybody wants to propose a motion to grant this application? Councillor McCormack.
Yeah, motion to grant with changes to condition 3 to match existing to match the existing doors and windows.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dunlop.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. I was going to propose the motion before Councillor McCormack came in with his amendment. That was all.
So you're happy to second then, are you, Councillor?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table to grant the application, proposed by Councillor McCormack, seconded by Councillor Dunlop, with the conditions as stated. Before I go to the vote, do you want to say anything, Mr. Hodges?
No, thank you, Chairman. I've just noted the change to condition 3. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Okay. Again, can I ask you to vote for, against, or abstain? And this is to grant the application. Councillor McCormack.
For, with the change to condition.
Yes, indeed. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Councillor Hall.
Against, I'd like my vote recorded, please.
We lost the chair.
It's all gone silent.
Yes, Chairman. Hi, Joe Tyler, Democratic Services here. I believe we're experiencing some technical difficulties with the Chairman. Vice Chair, were you happy just to pause for a couple of moments while we try and reconnect with Councillor Bull, Chair?
Did you want to carry on taking the votes?
I would actually ask if the chair could restart that, because obviously we've had some technical difficulties. So, as vice chair, if you're happy for us to pause for a moment to try and reconnect Councillor Bull, and then perhaps I'll ask him if he's happy to just restart the vote again for clarity. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we'll stop for a couple of minutes.
Thank you. Apologise. That's a slight break in transmission. We're now back with you, and we're having at the vote. Where I will restart the vote. The vote is to accept the officer's recommendation and to grant the application that was proposed by Councillor, sorry, my notes have gone, Councillor McCormack, and seconded by Councillor Dunlop. Again, can I ask members to vote for, against or abstain? Councillor McCormack.
For, with the change to condition 3.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
Abstain.
Councillor Davies. Sorry, go to Councillor Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hall.
And I like that recorded.
Did you get that, Mr. Tyler?
I did, thank you, Chairman. That was a vote against and a request to record the vote from Councillor Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Lepoidevin.
For.
Councillor Miller.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Stribley.
Sorry, for.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And myself, Councillor Bull, for. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the total number of votes for the motion is 9. The total number of votes against the motion is 4. And the total number of votes abstaining is 1. Thank you.
Can I just ask you to repeat that, Mr. Tyler? I had a click in my transmission.
Yes, certainly, Chairman. So the total number of votes for the motion was 9. The total number of votes against the motion was 4. And the total abstentions was 1.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. So that has been carried and the application granted with the conditions as read out. Okay, we move on to application 6B, 7 Malmesbury Close. Just allow Mr. Hodges a bit of time to get the presentation together and on the screen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Hopefully all members should be seeing the PowerPoint top page for 7 Malmesbury Close. I'll just give a couple of seconds in case anyone isn't seeing that, and then I'll proceed, Chairman.
Thank
Chairman,
you. I can see it.
It doesn't suggest anyone is typing, so I will continue. So this is an application for a retrospective application for a bin storage building at the front of this property at 7 Malmesbury Close in Christchurch. Just to give you an idea where the site is, Tupton Bridge on the left-hand side, Twynham School to the north. This modern, relatively modern development in here close to the river, town centre off to the top right. As you can see in here, it's a development mainly of terrace townhouses, rear access is here, front access and parking on the frontage, as you can see in here, and the property number 7 is dwelling here. So this shows where the building is and also where the bin store has been located at the front, and you'll see there's a rear access here, and what indicated on here is also an extension of the property built as permitted development. So this is an indicative site and location of the building. As I say, the building's retrospective, so we're considering the building you're about to see in the photographs, located at the front of the property. And that's just giving you the dimensions of it, 3.78 metres total, 1.2 metre max height. And this is a view looking back towards the site taken from the Google Street View. So the building has been erected in this area here to the front of this property here, just on this little hammerhead turning on this point there. And so here's the building as constructed, lies adjacent to the footpath. This is the property here, and this is the neighbouring dwelling to the west. So here's some close-up views of the building as constructed. You see it's not actually physically on the footpath. It's sat on here. The parent property is this one here on the left-hand side of the screen. I'm just going back on it. The chief issue that couple of issues just to address. One has been a question with the Highways Authority about whether there's a breach of the Highways Act if the doors open onto the public highway. Clearly that's a matter for the Highway Authority itself. If there's a breach then whether it's expedient for them to pursue or take action against. But you'll see on the update that we want to cover any issues on that by seeking a condition to ensure that the doors don't open onto the highway and therefore don't cause any issues in that respect. And on that basis, you'll see that we set out in the report any potential, the assessment of the potential impacts to the neighbouring amenities and living conditions, and also the character and appearance of the area. Having viewed all those issues in the round, we are recommending application to approval to you, Chairman, with the condition on the update sheet for ensuring that the doors don't open onto the public highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. I now refer to the following written statements which have been received. In objection from K. Beresford and C. Martin. In support from A. King. Unless anybody indicates otherwise, I'll assume that all committee members have received these statements and have taken them into account. Okay. I will now invite any committee member who wishes to speak to do so by typing RTS in the conversation panel. Please do not use this panel for any other purpose. And I would ask officers to respond when required. I will then check that the committee member has finished speaking before moving on to the next request. And this does not prevent committee members or officers from requesting to speak again in the debate. Okay. I don't have any requests to speak. Does anybody wish to speak on this matter?
Yes, you do, Chairman. I've typed in. Anne Stribley.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. I'm going to start with Councillor. I've just found the Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question. Obviously, in the in the applicant's letter, he's saying that he could build a fence on the frontage garden. Could the officer just confirm they could do that without permission and how high that would be? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, the applicant's correct in that respect, that they could only build a fence up to 1 metre in height. The slightly higher than the highest part of the structure, at 1.2, but lower than the lower part, which is 0.72 of a metre. So that's correct. Yes, it'd be permitted development to erect a fence 1 metre high along that frontage there, but it isn't permitted development to erect a building in front of the principal elevation, Chairman.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Have you finished, Councillor Hilliard?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst I have to say I've seen similar structures in front of properties elsewhere, this clearly is an open street of similar charactered houses, and the structure for me stands out like a bit of a sore thumb. And quite frankly, if I were one of the neighbours, I wouldn't want somebody else's bins, albeit concealed in a slatted structure outside my front window. And it could mean that every other property along the road did exactly the same thing if one is permitted. So I have real concerns about actually how this looks in the street scene, particularly because it was plainly a comprehensive development of similar properties with very small, I can't even say you'd call it a front garden, but private front areas. And I don't think anybody ever contemplated they would be covered by bins. I suspect in the original applications, the bin stores were all at the rear. And I would assume that the refuse vehicle collects the bins from the end of the rear access every collection day, but perhaps somebody could advise me on that. Thank you.
Mr. Hodges?
Thank you, Chairman. I can't advise you on the detailed pickup positions of the Waste Authority, and my understanding is that that's recently been bought in-house, and the Christchurch area was previously part of the Dorset Waste Partnership. The only issue I'd just like to draw to members' attention on that wider point is, of course, made by the applicant as well, and in the report, that if you look to the left hand of this photograph, we don't have any control over a resident leaving their bins at the front of the site, so that's beyond our control. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Hodges. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, certainly like Councillor Stribley, I have grave concern over this development. It is quite bulky. It extends out from the property some 12 feet and is of reasonable height. My bigger concern is this is quite an attractive small cul-de-sac development of its style. 2 rows of terraces, well designed and very cleanly presented. My concern is around 2 areas really. One is, what's it going to look like if everybody has a bin store of that type? Or even worse, what's it going to look like with the random development of bin stores, a precedent having been set? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. This is another one of these applications which I was really struggling to think, why is it here? You're talking about a construction which is about a fence height. There are some people that, you know, put much higher fences. It doesn't seem to block anyone's light apart from the householder who has got it, and it's only very marginal. And if it's that versus having 3 bins out the front of the property, then I can't see what the problem is. This is another one of those things that I find it's an inoffensive addition. You know, it looks okay. It's kind of sympathetic. It looks like a piece of fencing. It's slatted and so on. You know, I can't see what the problem is.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a very interesting application, this. I think we had an application recently where we had a row of terraces, new build, and there was no provision for dustbin or wheelie bin storage at the front of the property. And you had to sort of wheel anything around from the back garden. And it sort of replicates that situation completely. And I couldn't agree more with Councillor O'Neill on this, because here you've got, and it's clear that the collection is at the front of the properties, otherwise the bins wouldn't be left out the front of the adjoining houses. And here you've got somebody that is probably doesn't like to leave this wheelie bin out in the open in front of the house, and rather tuck it away in a nice tidy place to make it look nice. So I think that's to be commended. But of course, it's the overall effect on the street itself and the development as a whole. Because if there were a lot of disparate type structures of different colours and materials and all the rest of it going around, the whole character of the estate would alter. Not necessarily to the best, I suspect, because you could get all sorts of strange structures being erected, and it would, in my view, degrade from the aesthetics of the street and the views. Having said that, we have to consider this application on its merits. So I confine myself to the comment on that, and I think it's nearly 4 meters long, stretching out into the. I guess there must be a lot of wheelie bins in there, but 4 meters nearly. It's quite a long structure from the front of the house, and the height, of course, is higher than what you did at its highest point. That if you were to build a wall, I've got really mixed views on this one, I have to say. I mean, the argument should be that the wheelie bins are kept in the back garden because you can walk around them. That's probably the purpose of the service road that goes around the back. So you can actually store your bins in the back. But of course, people generally leave them at the front of the properties, particularly with their terraces. So I've got mixed views. I look forward to hearing what everyone else has got to say on this one.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, this development has caused a lot of problems with neighbours because it is out of keeping and it does spoil the street scene. It's a especially nice development made, and it does look out of keeping. So I won't be supporting this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. I find myself actually agreeing with Councillor Trent on this, in that I think that whilst it does stand out a little bit, I think it's quite a well designed little development. I think it's personally much more agreeable on the eye than however many bins stuck higgledy-piggledy out on the front. It doesn't block anyone's window view as far as I can see. The only view it would block from the next would be of the applicant's car. I really can't see much of a problem with this myself, and I have to say I'd be supportive of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dunlop.
Pretty much the same, thank you, Chairman. I don't agree that it spoils the street scene. It's quite a hard street scene. It's lots of concrete and gravel, which I think it fits into quite well. I think if it was a different street scene, it might not. We are in a situation where we're either going to have bins sticking out the front or we're going to have a neat container for it. It seems to me that it is very neat, and a lot of trouble has been taken into creating it that way. And I think that it's probably the way these houses are built in terraces probably no longer suit the way bins and refuse is collected. So it seems to me a fairly neat solution, and I am struggling to object to it. I think I would be supporting the application too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself being quite sympathetic towards the applicant here, actually, because in my mind they've made an attempt to make the street scene look a bit more attractive. I think once it's mellowed down, because obviously it is new at the moment, that it wouldn't actually look so bad. And regarding a condition saying that the doors couldn't open onto the pavement, I can't actually see how that could be achieved unless it was an up and over door, which seems a little bit extreme, considering it is only a bin store. I'd be happy to vote to grant this, but if we could add a condition that it could be covered with some kind of planting, some kind of screening, because to me there looks like there's space on the end to plant something like an ivy or something like that that would soften it immensely in the street scene. But from my way of thinking, I would rather see that than a row of bins, in all honesty. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I ask Mr. Hodges about the doors and what the proposal is to remedy that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I've been trying to explore this with the Highways Authority about whether there is an issue or a breach in relation to their interests under the Highways Act, and of course that shouldn't be a determining factor for this authority. We need to determine the application under planning regulations. But I've taken advice from them, and they're confident that there's a solution that's available which could either sliding type effect to address that particular issue. It's only part of the bin stores actually over the pavement. As you can see, if you look to this bottom area here, this any opening out onto here doesn't actually open out onto the public highway. So it's only addressing this particular issue on the area here. So no, we've taken advice from the Highways Authority to get some clarity on that, and they're satisfied there's a solution available. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. And did you want to comment on the suggestion from Councillor Barron about softening with ivy?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want clarity. I hope members can sort of see the cursor. I'm guessing we're discussing the sort of area in here, which might be an opportunity to soften up. My understanding is everything, if you look where that drain pipe is, my understanding is everything to the right of that photograph is actually in the neighbour's property. So the opportunity to screen from here isn't under the control of the applicant. So I think any sort of softening would simply have to be in this little patch here, but there's no reason why a plant of some description couldn't be put into that area to help soften it, if that was essential to make the development acceptable in the members' minds, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Le Boisdevin.
Thank you. Apologies that I didn't spell RCS correctly. I was pleasantly surprised when I went to look at this. It's much more pleasant looking and acceptable to me than I was expecting, but not being quite sure what form it would take. I'm slightly concerned that it seems overly large just for bins, and I do note that it's also being used for storage of surfboards. But I also, while I was there, walked round to the back to see what would be expected of residents there, and they walk to wheel their bins from out of their back gate onto what is quite a narrow pathway and round to this point in the front for collection is pretty long, and a lot of people might find it very difficult in some physical conditions. If the bins are being collected from the front, which they clearly are because some are left lying around, I think this is an excellent solution and infinitely preferable to the bins left lying around, as some were at 2 or 3 houses when I was around there. There was more than one bin out the front, presumably left there all week, and that is not acceptable. A well-designed and well-constructed store like this, I'm very happy to approve, and in fact I will move that we accept it.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, councillors. I've got Councillor Le Poivre proposing, Councillor Barron seconding. I have a few councillors still wishing to comment. So,
Chairman, I wish to comment and had indicated so. It seems to have been registered but not picked up.
No, I'm just picking it up now. You're next on the list, Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, I suppose my final observations would be the bins generally are kept to the front of the property according to their collection days, according to some of the conversations I had with people. Admitted the odd one or two might leave them out before early or after longer. I think the other thing is none of the properties keep all 3 or 4 bins to the front of the property. They are in the rear. This sets a precedent for keeping the 4 bins to the front of the property, and equally the design, whilst attractive, will impact on any others that want to extend the same facility to their residents. And I think this could lead to a lot of problems. So I will not be supporting the approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. I was noting that this property has 4 types of bin. It has a green bin, a waste bin, a recycling bin and a food waste bin. And it's actually 50 metres from the rear of this property, as this property is a mid-terrace property. The only other way is to wheel it 50 metres. Now, we wouldn't expect our own dustmen to wheel wheelie bins that far, so I'm not quite understanding why we will be expecting residents to wheel a full wheelie bin that distance or take it through the house, which is equally unacceptable. This bin looks to me, yes, it is slightly on the larger side, it does stick out, but I think it's a perfectly neat way of keeping the things there tidy. The other option, of course, could be there's nothing to stop those residents leaving their bins out. If the bins get overflowing, what else do you have? Ugly overflowing bins with litter flying around in what is a neat small development there. And I think this is the best way forward for the people at this time. So I will be supporting the move to grant, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Stripley.
Thank you, Chairman, for letting me back in. I do understand the arguments both ways. It seems the problem here is with the initial planning, and we need to bear this in mind for all future planning, and particularly the officers do as well, that the question of where wheelie bins will stand is important. And if a rear access is far too long, as some people have suggested, then it simply won't be used as is now. I'm still concerned that this one would start a precedent, or could, and the whole of that street frontage could change. But that, in effect, is for another day. I do understand that. If technically the little bit of tarmac in front of the bin store is highway, or public footpath, same thing. It seems to me it's used by no one other than the householders. And if you're talking about changing that to put in sliding doors or something else, it would be a total nonsense. I think the question of doors opening onto that tiny little bit of footpath once a week to take the bin out or to put it back is neither here nor there. I would be very concerned if we grant permission for this and then we have some hugely changed and rather ugly structure to allow sliding doors on that. I would think it would cause no problem to anyone in that area if a door is briefly opened to put a bin in and out. After all, we do see other bins standing around in that area, as has been said. So I would like to suggest that if this is approved, and that obviously remains to be seen, that no action is taken with regard to changing the frontage of it, because currently we are looking at, I agree, a very neat, tidy construction, and I would hate to see that changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Dunlop and Councillor Trent in reverse order who wish to speak, and then I shall go to the motion, to the vote. But first of all, I've got Mrs. Barrable who would like to come in.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to pick up because there's 2 or 3 councillors again mentioned the word precedent. Just want to remind councillors that there is no such thing in planning terms as a precedent, although obviously if they accept this application today, if somebody was going to put a similar application or the same application in for say the adjoining property, then that would have to be taken into account in their considerations, but they can always differentiate. There may be a reason why it wouldn't be acceptable on a different property, so everything is on a case-by-case basis. It's just the use of the word precedents come up again, Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrable. I had a hunch you would pick up on that. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I think whilst I think, you know, maybe it's actually one compartment longer than it needs to be, but the talk about disguising it or hiding it, I think that is totally spurious. The house to the west side of the bin store has done exactly the right thing, and it's exactly what I would do, and I would regard it as an improvement actually, is they put a couple of shrubs up against it. And I wouldn't want to see anything to the end of it, because that just clutters things up further. So you know, I see no issues at all. As I say, I would question why it's got 4 compartments and not 3. There's 3 bins, and the food waste is just like small things. So I don't know what actually sits in the area immediately adjacent to the house. But as I say, I don't see any need to disguise it, and I'm quite happy to go along and support Grant.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Dunlop.
Mrs. Barrable has made my point a lot more detailed than I would. It was about the repeated use of precedents. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so let's go to the vote. We have a motion on the table to accept the officer's recommendation and to grant the application.
Chairman, just before you go to the vote, just for clarity, is the recommendation to accept the additional second condition about the doors opening? From my professional point of view, I'm content for an approval to be without that condition, because if there were a breach under the Highways Act and an issue with that, it remains under our powers under the Highways Act to take action against that if that was a problem, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. I shall ask Councillor Le Poivre-Dean to come in.
Right, since I proposed the motion, I'm very happy for that condition to be removed and to have no mention about the doors opening.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have the motion proposed by Councillor Le Poivre-Dean and seconded by Councillor Barron to grant the application. Again, I shall ask you all to vote in the usual way: for, against or abstain, starting with Councillor McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Hall.
Against, and I'd like my vote recorded, please.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Poivre-Dean.
For.
Councillor Miller.
My internet dropped out during that, Chair, so I will abstain.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And myself, Councillor Bull, for. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the total number of votes in favour of the motion was 9. The total number of votes against the motion was 5. And just for clarity, rather than an abstention for Councillor Mellor, we will take it that he essentially doesn't vote on this one. I hope that makes it clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So that proposal has passed and the application is granted. Thank you. We're going to move on to application for the goods yard at Station Approach. I should just give time for Mr. Evans to prepare.
Thank you, Chairman. Assuming that everybody can see the front page of the goods yard site, I'm quite happy to press straight on.
Yep,
I'll assume that everyone can see it. Chairman, next application, the goods yard, land adjacent to the goods yard pub, formerly the car park of the pub, currently the car park of the pub. It's an outline application before you today, Chair, with the applicant seeking approval in respect of access, appearance, layout and scale. So only landscaping is reserved for further consideration. Chairman, I'll take the committee through the location and physical context of the site, its relevant planning history, its policy context, and then to set out the proposals that are before you today. So just to help members who are unfamiliar with the location, in the northwest corner, not northwest corner, but northwestern part of the borough, Broadston, very close to the Broadston local centre, which members are perhaps familiar with. To give a little bit more detail to that, Station Approach, a one-way street, turning the corner, either go straight or turn the corner into a one-way section of Moor Road, the goods yard public house, the adjacent sports centre, offices to the south of the site, and the playing ground and the buildings of the Broadston First School, an extensive curtilage, and it puts the site adjacent to it and immediately abutting the yard of Broadston First School. Again, put that into a little bit more of a context. The school premises, their yard, the pub, the goods yard, the boundaries of the application site, offices to the south, and the existing sports centre. What I particularly draw attention to on this bottom image is that the offices to the south of the site have a number of windows in the north-facing elevation overlooking the car park of the application site. I'd also flag up this area of green space or green area at the back of the site, previously occupied by a range of outbuildings, including a skittle alley, previously associated with the pub, demolished some time ago in connection with the extant planning permission on the site, of which more later. So again, just to continue to set the context for the site, the north-facing aspect of the adjacent offices, Arrowsmith Court, I believe, the car park, Harris fencing that fences off the area where there's been a bit of regrowth since the demolition works, and the north-facing aspect of the south-facing aspect of the public house. And just draw your attention to several windows in the upper floors of the pub, which are to residential accommodation associated with the pub. Again, context, the three-storey offices, the pub in the distance, the application site being the gap in between, and significant presence of the sports centre opposite the site. I think I particularly draw attention here to the proximity and the relationship of these two substantial buildings as they address the carriageway, as they address the road either at the back of the footway or very close to the back of the footway. Significant considerations in terms of the context and character of the site. Again, the pub, Arrowsmith Court, the offices beyond, the application site between, locally listed public house building, and again the sports centre opposite, all quite substantial buildings in the context. In terms of relevant planning history, there is an extant permission from 2007, but extant because of the demolition works undertaken on the range of buildings that previously occupied the rear part of the site. So this is a live planning permission commenced back in the day within the 3 years of the 2007 consent. Draw attention to a couple of the relationships around it. This particular scheme, 31 flats. The scheme before you that will come to an moment is 33. The scheme that you will be looking at today has street level, as it were, car parking. This scheme had an access between it and Arrowsmith Court offices going into basement car parking. So separation to the offices at Arrowsmith Court. But also draw your attention to the proximity of the whole of this building along the boundary with the adjoining school playground. Just to give you some indication of the extent consent in terms of three-dimensional image. 4 stories along the road frontage, upper floor within the dogtooth gables of the roof, 3-storey at the rear, 4-storey in the centre. So that relationship to Arrowsmith Court, and a very substantial building all in all. I put it into the context of the policies that are pertinent to your considerations today. The application site, the red line which extends around the application site is a conservation area, the Tudor and Golf Links conservation area. Sorry, I had to stop and think for a moment. So it is within the conservation area. The shading of the yellow and orange is the commercial and retail frontage of the Broadston local centre. So it's clearly outside of, but very close to, the principal retail frontages of the Broadston local centre. Moving to the Broadston neighbourhood plan, in many respects, this scheme falls to be considered under 2 relatively recent, very recent in the case of the neighbourhood plan, and therefore legitimate, valid plans to which significant weight can be attached in your consideration. And let me again just highlight some issues. The red shading is the Tudor Golf Links Road conservation area. clearly demonstrating it within it. The yellow line that goes across there is 400 metres of the heathland. Outside of this area, we would not permit additional dwellings. And again, that relationship to the Broadway, the main retail context of the local centre. But I think particularly I draw attention to the purple line, which defines the central area and inner zone of Broadston, within an area within which the policies very much encourage the provision of smaller dwellings. In fact, we would not normally permit smaller dwellings, 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings, outside of this area without there being good reason. So it's very much an area where it's very much within the provisions of the policies of the plan to permit small dwellings in this highly sustainable location. Moving to the scheme itself, and I won't spend a lot of time on that because you have very extensive drawings in the papers that you've had an opportunity to look at. But if I can just pick up the footprint of the building in this drawing. Arrowsmith Court, the flats. Now with the removal of the access to the underground car park, it brings the building somewhat closer to the flats, to the offices. So it reduces the outlook to some of this office space, but it is office space and it would not in any way prejudice the usefulness of those offices. The footprint of the building, with that indentation there, I'll come back to that in a moment, because the floor plate of the building follows the outer red line, but there's an indentation which we'll come back to from the first floor upwards. So the car parking is underneath a decked slab, and I particularly draw your attention to two things. One, the retention, or the creation rather, of active frontage to station approach. So the car parking is set back from the frontage of the site, so there is active frontage in terms of windows and access onto station approach. I draw attention to that key message there. As part of the proposal, the existing substandard footway along the frontage of the site, there is an opportunity to secure its widening to 2 metres. And again, that can be secured through the Section 106 agreement, of which more later. The proposals themselves are 9 1-bed flats, 24 2-bed flats, all of them meeting the national space standards. Within that car parking area, 27 parking spaces, which meets the unallocated car parking requirements allocation for the 33 flats. Just draw attention to the refuse stores close to the principal access to the site, with refuse storage convenient for collection and pickup, bicycle storage around the site, and a total of 34 cycle spaces. I won't dwell at great length on the elevations, because you have had an opportunity to see them already in detail in your papers, but if I can just draw attention to a couple of aspects. The recessed element of the rear elevation, so the 2 elements that come close to the boundary with the adjacent school playground, and then a recessed area with at first floor level a courtyard. Accessible from the communal areas, so accessible to anyone within the flats. I'll come back to amenity space in a moment. The elevation that faces towards the offices to the south, just draw attention, high level or secondary windows are the only windows on that elevation. So there is no prejudicing of the amenities of the people that would be in the new accommodation from overlooking from the adjacent offices. An indication of the massing and bulk of the building, so reflecting the 4-storey height of the previously approved scheme, only clearly going for a slightly different style of architecture on the upper floor, creating the roof space within a flat roof building, rather than going for the dogtooth kind of treatment of gables on the previously approved scheme. But I draw attention particularly to this corner, as the building addresses the slightly lower, slightly lesser scale of the adjacent pub across the accessway, which would be here. You can see that the height of the building, the scale of the building drops down, and similarly is set back on that front elevation. I'll show you another drawing in a moment which better explains that relationship. So that cut back, so that on the facade the height falls away down to the 3-storey. The cut back, the setback of the upper floor to create a better relationship to the adjacent pub, and the setback on the rear elevation to create the first floor terrace with the two projecting wing elements and the amenity space terrace in between. So quick comparison with the previous scheme, the sawtooth treatment of the top with the gables, albeit with accommodation behind, so setback behind that, those gables would be flat roofs. An extension of that previously approved scheme around to wrap around the rear of the public house rather than create a separation. And again, just draw your attention to that proposal to bring the end elevation of the building somewhat closer to the flats. Again, just referencing again with a better image that fall off of scale as the building approaches the goods yard pub. Amenity provision, all of the shaded areas, balconies, the first floor terrace with access from the communal space. All of the flats have either terraces, private terraces, or access to the terrace, or reasonable provision of private amenity space within the context of the location. The loss of the servicing to the pub by the removal of the pub car park as an opportunity for servicing is potentially mitigated by the provision of a loading lay-by on Moor Road, which is a one-way street at this point, to avoid dray wagons or whatever parking inappropriately or using the interior of the site, which is perhaps not built to that standard for loading and unloading. And that can be secured and is set out in the section 106 that forms part of the recommendation. So in addition to securing the service bay, the proposed section 106 would also secure a significant contribution towards affordable housing, 163,549 at the overall figure. It would secure habitat mitigation within the site, which has little habitat value at the minute other than within the green area where there's been regrowth. It will secure the footway widening up to 2 metres at the front of the site for the whole length of the frontage of the site along Station Approach. Chairman, subject to the conditions set out in the report, subject to the completion of Section 106 agreement securing all of those provisions, the recommendation is to delegate to the Head of Planning Services to grant permission, subject to those conditions, subject to securing that Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. I now refer to the following written statements which have been received. Objection none. In support, R. Chapman, Jean Moir, and I have Councillor, Ward Councillor, Councillor Brooke, who wishes to speak. Councillor Brooke, you have 5 minutes to speak.
Fine. Can you hear me all right, Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, in which case I'll begin. While the principle of flats was established with the approval for 31 units back in 2008, the extant permission does not mean that the current application must be granted. There are still, despite numerous amendments, several issues which would result in significant harm. The building, as proposed, is too large for the site. Including all hard surfacing for access and car park, it occupies 85% of the total area, leaving little quality usable amenity space for residents, contrary to policy BP4 and PP28. The first floor terrace is an inadequate substitute since it is no more than 11 metres square and surrounded on north, west and south sides, creating shade for much of the day, especially in winter. Proximity to a narrow pavement and 4 stories for much of the frontage creates an overbearing structure. It is also far closer to the building on its southern boundary, creating an oppressive outlook for those working in the offices. And when viewed from Tudor Road and the first school, it becomes very clear the building dominates the scene and overpowers the goods yard public house, contrary to PP27. The design remains out of character with the rest of the buildings in the road, which all have pitched roofs and gables. There is one exception, but that has features more akin to the Art Deco period. The proposal therefore does nothing to reflect the mid to late Victorian character of the goods yard public house, a heritage asset, and the associated railway history, which is fundamental to this part of Broadstone. The failure to reflect any of the conservation area's Victorian character further supports the view that it is out of character and so conflicts with, rather than enhances, the conservation area as is required through policy BP4B. The proposal is therefore contrary to that policy and PP27. Because the building occupies most of the site, an opportunity to create quality amenity space with a wide variety of plants that would attract insect and bird life has been lost. There is also little opportunity for residents to create front gardens that would enhance the street scene, contrary to BP4A, Part 1B. By changing the car parking from underground to surface, most of the vehicles will be parked against the first school boundary, creating a potential air pollution issue for the playground. At a time when more and more local authorities are prohibiting the parking of cars in the vicinity of schools, to propose citing a significant number of car parking spaces adjacent to the playground should not be considered. It creates a health and well-being issue, especially for the children. The increase by 2 in number of flats from 31 to 33 with insufficient parking space will add to the displacement of some 30 cars from the pub car park, and so further exacerbate the parking issues which exist in this part of Broadstone. When considering an appeal in 2008-9 against refusal of 2 additional flats within the Goodyard public house with no parking spaces, the government inspector wrote, "The levels of car ownership in the Broadstone area are the highest within Poole, and these are likely to have been increasing in recent years," and certainly they have. "All the roads immediately surrounding the development have restricted parking during working hours. I agree with the council that the permission that already exists for the flat development in the pub car park will reduce substantially the capacity of off-street parking. This could lead to a significant increase in parking pressures in the surrounding area, particularly in the evenings. Overall, these disadvantages would result in enough additional material harm to the local highway environment to outweigh the benefits of providing a small number of additional residential units within the existing urban area. I conclude that the appeal should be dismissed." That was the right decision back in 2008-9. Would also be right to refuse this application for the same reasons today, because the parking situation is even worse. Furthermore, it could impact negatively on the goods yard's business, with resultant harm to the economic activity of this part of Broadstone. Another issue raised by some of the objectors arises from the layout of the building and its position within the site, and that is the overlooking of the first school playground from the end flats and first floor terrace. This potential loss of privacy also presents a potential safeguarding risk. The local planning authority has confirmed that its housing land supply calculations already make allowance for a 20% buffer, therefore tilted balance should not be applied, NPPF para 11D. Consequently, it is perfectly reasonable to refuse this application on the grounds that it is contrary to BP3, BP4, PP27 and PP28. The harm created by this application far outweighs any benefits arising from the proposal to build 33 flats and should be refused. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Can I make sure that all councillors have received the written statements and taken them into account? If not, please request to speak in the sidebar. Thank you. Okay, moving to the debate, Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't see an issue with 2 extra flats or smaller flats. That is not a problem. And I'm not usually on the same page as Councillor Brooke, but I have to say I totally agree with him on this one. I don't like the flat roofs and the change of character from the area from what was previously proposed. And Parking in that area, I know there is a public car park not too far away on the other side and at the beginning of Station Approach, but anywhere that doesn't provide more than any new development that doesn't provide more than adequate parking for itself, I think is totally unacceptable. And I do believe Station Approach, as you can see, is already, I know it well, a difficult little road. There is apart from the main shopping centre of Broadstone, there are shops around the corner on Moor Road and other businesses there where people turn up. Parking is a major issue in that area, and I think any shortfall in parking is totally unacceptable, and I really don't like the new design. I think the old design was much more sympathetic to the Station Approach pub and the area in general. So I'm with the ward councillor this time. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Can I ask Mr. Evans, what's the improvement in the biodiversity with this application? Hello?
Sorry, Chairman, my mic had been switched off there. Sorry. Yes, my understanding is that the principal facilities are to be incorporated into the building. There's not a great deal of green space left outside of the building, but there are still nevertheless some opportunities. Let me just get an image of the actual building up. There are nevertheless opportunities around the curtilage for some enhancement. And I think the key point here is that when it comes to biodiversity enhancement, of course, you're starting from a base level of the existing biodiversity of the site. In this particular case, the vast majority of the site is tarmac. In fact, almost the whole of the site is tarmac. There is an area at the back that has been has basically regrown. It's currently fenced off with Harris fencing for security purposes, but there's basically been some regeneration of scrub and shrub through there, and most of that will be lost. But the overall biodiversity of the site, I suggest, is not great, and therefore enhancement does not require a great deal of input.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, please, to the officer. First of all, letters of representation. It doesn't quote a number, and did the school provide any representation? And then secondly, with regard to the 2007 extent permission, obviously that in the conservation comment that was referred to say that in effect, whilst it's a completely different design, the conservation area of the pub and the location, it has they agree that having some building is agreeable. Is that correct approach?
Sure. Chairman, I think there's a number of issues in there. Yes, the school isn't objected to the scheme, but of course, if I can just draw attention to the extant scheme, there was previously proposals for a substantial building along the whole of the curtilage of the school overlooking the playground. And if I can perhaps remind the committee that a very similar issue about safeguarding and overlooking of school premises arose at the last meeting of the planning committee, where proposed housing units were near to a school playing field, and members were mindful that that's not an untypical relationship around the borough. There are many schools with existing dwellings overlooking school playgrounds and schoolyards. I suggest that the proposal that's before today is neither any better nor any worse in terms of its relationship to the schoolyard, in terms of the concerns that have been raised about safeguarding. And as I say, I'd refer you to how the conclusion you came to last time these matters were before you. The issue of the design of the conservation area, Well, what we had before was a slightly more pastiche design. And bear in mind, this was 13 years ago this was designed. It predated the Broadstone plan, it predated the pool local plan, both of which are, as I say, modern, up-to-date documents. It's not a comparative process. Do you like the new scheme more than you like the old scheme? It's about the merits of the scheme, the current scheme in its own right. Is it an acceptable development on that site? So you're not weighing it against the previous scheme. That scheme is capable of being implemented. The developers have chosen not to implement it. They've come forward with a different scheme, which 13 years after the previous scheme, which reflects perhaps more contemporary taste, more contemporary styles of architecture. The recommendation before you has assessed it against the nature of the heritage asset, or the heritage assets of the existing pub and the conservation area, and have come to the conclusion that it would not harm the character of the conservation area in such a way that should lead you to a refusal.
And Chair, if I can just squeeze one more minor question. So the extant 31 flats, how many parking spaces are there allocated?
Let me take you to the 31 flats. I don't have the numbers in front of me, Chairman, but I would assume that they met the requirement. I don't have an image, I'm afraid. They would, I presume, have met the requirements of the standards at the time in 2006-07. Comment on how they met those standards. All I can comment is that the current scheme meets your current standard. There was a point made a moment ago about whether we should be seeking to make good any existing shortfall in the area on sites as they come forward. There's nothing in your policies that would permit you to do that, and you must, as is often the case with these kind of sites, bear in mind the fact that that car park could cease being a car park at any time. It is privately owned and it could be shut. So there's not a question of the loss of car parking. You can take that as a given. It's really about whether the proposed development on the site will consume its own smoke in terms of making provision within the site for the development that's before you for consideration.
Thank you. Very useful.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, I had two questions. The first one's just been answered by the officer because it was related to the parking, although I remain concerned about the overspill of the parking onto the area. There is parking on the other side of the school, but that's often fully occupied, as is the parking opposite the pub at the shops. The second question really relates, we've not mentioned the residential development at the top of Station Road, coming from Broadstone out roundabout up towards the top. Before you turn left, there is a cul-de-sac, and along there are a number of terraced setback and apartment homes, with many occupied by elderly persons. I do have some concern about that from a safety point of view, and also from the children being collected, picked up or leaving the school. What consideration has been given to that in the overall plan?
Chairman, if I could just point out some of the, if you like, betterments that would arise from the development, most particularly on the image on the screen now, the widening of an existing substandard footway, so improved pedestrian access along Station Approach. Also the proposal to incorporate the, let me just go to it, the proposal to incorporate a dedicated service bay for the pub on the highway in a safe location rather than vehicles stopping randomly around the pub. Also bear in mind that the proposal will not increase the number of access points into the site. It's already a car park serving, I suggest, probably more parking spaces than the number of car parking spaces that would be served access going forward. So I suggest that that all in all, they may be taken as highway betterment in terms of pedestrian access, in terms of proper lorry parking provision to serve the pub, and in potentially a reduction of number of vehicles passing and repassing across the footpath to gain access to the highway at that point. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Have you finished, Councillor O'Neill?
I was just going to ask, looking at the diagram currently on the screen, I accept the widening of the footpath at the front of the development, but I'm actually talking to the other side of the pub, the area where the lay-by is, and that's the area that a lot of these elderly residents and children will use. So really, what consideration has been given to that area, which is really the area to the left of the pub and in front of the shops?
Chairman, just for clarification from the council, are we talking about this development at the junction?
Yes, we are. Yeah, where there's a dog leg or a right-hand turn, there's a cul-de-sac that goes off. A lot of elderly residents there, and then there's a row of shops, and the elderly residents predominantly cross over the road on that corner.
Chairman, I think in the overall scheme of things, knowing, without being able to put figures in front of you, knowing the amount of vehicle movements along Station Approach because of the highway layout around there, because it's one way in nature, I'd suggest that adding, one way of looking at it would be 33 flats, another way of looking at it would be adding another 2 flats to what's already been permitted, would have very little impact on the overall number of vehicle movements in that area. And presumably many of the residents of this development will access the Broadway in the centre of Broadstone by foot. And I would suggest that the improved pedestrian facility created by the widened footpath and the reduced number of vehicles potentially being served by the access, that's ceasing to be the servicing location also for the pub, and the pub being properly serviced from a dedicated bay on the carriageway. Again, I'd suggest that generally, they may well be taken as being enhancements to highway safety in the vicinity for the benefit of all residents, and perhaps equally these residents on the adjacent scheme.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Lopoivin.
Thank you. At this stage, I just want to ask a question. I'll come back for comments a bit later on, if I may. I'm looking at the thing we often look at, and that's trees. In the report, section 21 just refers briefly to trees on the boundary with the school. Looking at the site and looking at the picture now on screen, actually, the bottom picture, not many of the trees are substantial trees. I assume they're not TP.
Chairman, shall I assume that the councillor was asking, and had finished the question, perhaps you can come back in when she gets connection again. No, none of the trees on the site are covered by the TPO. They are, however, within a conservation area, and there's therefore a need for assessment. So as part of any permission that you gave now, you would be effectively accepting the removal of the immature regenerating trees within the area of the effectively demolition area. Let me just for the sake of giving you a little bit more of a feel of what was previously on the site. This is what was previously on the site before the demolition work. So where the immature greenery is on the site currently, it was this range of outbuildings which I think had living accommodation associated with the pub and possibly some bed and breakfast kind of use, and a bowling alley, a skittle alley. So you can see that rear part of the site, which is now regenerated with various young first invasion type of species, is basically on the foundations and the remains of these demolished buildings. Perhaps that puts it into better context. And the councillor is right that it was very much a hard surfaced site with either coloured complete with buildings and the car parking, and that the substantial trees that you see in drawings and that you see in the aerial photographs and some of the elevations, they are all outside of the site.
Right, my mic keeps going off. Right, I wasn't referring to the bit that where the regeneration is happening basically within the car park. I was looking at it from the school, from the road, looking from the school end, and the greenery there, some of which admittedly is in the school site, I agree, but it seems to be basically things like budleia, not really what you would call trees. Not what I'd call trees anyway, and providing limited screening. Looking at the plan that's just gone from the screen.
Sorry. So these are the areas you referenced, Councillor. Yes.
Yeah, but the plan that was on the screen as I started talking then shows that the proposed buildings are, yes, they slope. Then they're at an angle to the school boundary, but particularly at the right hand, as we're looking at it, plans end, they're very close. I know landscaping is not part of what we're looking at, but the scope for doing any sort of screening looks to me extremely limited. Have I interpreted that correctly?
Chairman,
that was my question.
Perhaps I can come in on that. What I would remind the council, of course, is that what you're looking at is the ground floor layout of the building. So, of course, with car parking on the ground floor, the first habitable accommodation is a floor above this. So, whereas normally it's quite difficult to get any kind of significant planting or screening if you have windows at ground floor looking straight out into these areas, in this particular case, it's merely the aspect of the car parking underneath. So, there is opportunity within these areas. Not huge, that's probably 3 meters ish, tapering down to probably, well, by this point, probably about a metre. But there is nevertheless a wedge of potential planting that can be retained. And in the context of the green regeneration area on the site, which probably comes to about this line, I would guesstimate, nevertheless, there's an opportunity to get some planting in. Clearly, it's a very substantial building. To have it very close to the boundary of the site, you can't screen a building of that kind. But nor would it have been possible to screen the previously approved building. If I can just take us back to the context of that, again, very little opportunity and a much longer range of building, and with much narrower separation. And bear in mind that because of the much less separation to the boundary, and therefore I suggest much less opportunity to get planting and a degree of softening of the building, certainly not screening. It wouldn't be anything that would screen a building of this scale, but perhaps an improvement, I'd suggest, on the previously approved building.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Have you finished, Councillor Leopolding?
Yes, that was my question at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to move for approval of the recommendation as set out with the conditions.
Thank you, Councillor. I have thank you. I have 3 other councillors wishing to speak. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would actually be happy to second the move to approve. What I would say is I'm very mindful of the fact that we have an excellent planning consent here for a large development. But it's been made clear to us by our professional advice is that we're not making comparisons between the old approval and the new one. What we're looking at is the merits of this design on its own, and looking at in particular the horrible building directly opposite on the other side of the road of this the sports centre or leisure centre. I think this is actually quite a betterment in terms of the street scene. So I actually have no hesitation in supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, no, I was really going to, well, it turns out I'm now going to echo Councillor Bartlett and Councillor Hilliard. I think that the contributions that will be made by this scheme to the local community far outweigh any of the any detriments it will pose. It meets our parking regulations, so there could be no complaint there. The huge contribution to affordable housing. I prefer the architecture personally to the extant scheme. I think it's much more contemporary and blends in alongside the office buildings a lot more. And again, I'd have absolutely no hesitation in supporting Councillor Hilliard's motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kelsey.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just one quick question. I see under paragraph 16 that the actual Royal Bournemouth and Christchurch hospitals have finally made a comment on a planning application, and they object to the impact of the development on the provision of NHS hospital services, but advise that a financial contribution would mitigate this impact. Could Dougie Evans please tell us what that financial contribution would be, if there were to be one, and what it would be used for?
Chairman, I can't answer either of those questions because I don't think a figure has ever been attached to it, nor do I know what it would be used for. And I think that goes to the heart of the issue, that there is no basis at the present time for funding identified and costed projects. There may be going forward, and it might be a matter that will come out in future policy, but at the present time, it's a comment that we hear on most new developments from the Health Trust, but it's not something that we can entertain at the present time until you have policies in place that where you've taken a view as to whether it is appropriate for new development to help support facilities of that kind within the Health Trust area, in the same way as the SIL 123 list has a specific list of projects that it is funding. It may well be in the future that health facilities are one of the considerations that new development will fund. At the present time it isn't, and therefore we should not be seeking to secure a payment of that kind from the developer.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I appreciate your explanation. That's really appreciated. I will be supporting this move, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have a move on the table to follow the officer's recommendation and to grant this application, being proposed by Councillor Hilliard and seconded by Councillor Bartlett. Mr. Evans, do you want to say anything at this point?
Chairman, nothing I wish to add at this time.
Thank you. Can I just check with members that they've all been connected throughout this debate and take it upon themselves not to vote if they have had any period where they were disconnected? Thank you. I shall now go to the votes in the usual way. If you could say for, against or abstain. Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Lepoverdine.
Against.
Councillor Miller.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Trent.
Against.
And myself, Councillor Bull, for. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So just to confirm, the number of votes for the motion is 11. The number of votes against the motion is 4, and there were no abstentions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. So that motion has passed and the application has been approved. I shall now call a comfort break for 10 minutes. Can members please be prompt and back in 10 minutes, which will be 15:32 according to my clock here. Thank you. Welcome back to the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Planning Committee on the 21st of May 2020, and we shall resume with application 6D, which is the land at Highmore Farm. Mr. Evans, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. As you correctly say, land at Highmore Farm, a purchase road. Again, as with the last time, I'll briefly set out the location and policy context and highlight certain aspects of the scheme that go beyond perhaps what you've already read in the comprehensive report that you have on this application. So, land at Talbot Village, adjacent to the universities. I'm sure a location that many people are familiar with because of the prominence of the universities in the cultural, social and employment life of the conurbation. Specifically, building is part of an array of agricultural buildings associated with the farm, which as a farm includes grazing land both to the north and south of that array of buildings. As you can see, lots of green space. Immediately to the north, though, you're crossing the boundary into encountering some of the facilities associated with the universities, in this case one of their car parks. So a range of relatively nondescript buildings, all low-rise, none of them particularly historic or prominent. To the east, about 35 metres separation from the actual building that we're going to be talking about, to the east, Dulcie Road. So about 35 metre separation from edge of building to nearest habitable accommodation rather than gardens. And again, just put that building into context. So this building within its curtilage, which is essentially just a gravel area, 35 metre separation to the nearest homes in Dulcie Road. I'd like to put it into context, a context that will crop up again on the next application. Again, we're looking at having an up-to-date local plan, the Poole local plan, which identifies this site as being an area TV2, which is identified as being for redevelopment for a digital village. An innovation quarter is the term I prefer to use, since that's used in the policy. This is an area within which the TV2 can accommodate up to 25,000 square metres of employment uses, generating of the order of 1,700 jobs potentially. And within that area, there's the potential for to include, as well as grow-on industries associated and clustering around the benefits of being near to the universities. The policy also makes provision for healthcare facilities and also for potentially care facilities, care home type facilities. TV1 to the north is wholly identified for university expansion, and TV3, the green shaded area, is identified as a heathland support area, most tellingly required to be provided by the relevant policies, policy PP21, before the development of TV1 and TV2, but most tellingly their development in the manner envisaged by the policies. That is to say, the university expansion and, not the university expansion, the innovation village, it's required to be provided as part of that. So the building itself that we're dealing with, I suggest an unremarkable 8 metre by 4 metre steel framed and clad agricultural building. At the end of the process of this application, if you're minded to approve it, there will be an unremarkable 8 metres by 4 metres agricultural building, former agricultural building, to which 3 personnel doors will have been added, accessing a single internal space, and a louvre vent which would serve a cooling fan intended to deal with the equipment inside the building, the louvre fan, which is essentially a server unit, self-contained unit, which will provide server facilities and access facilities delivering high-speed fibre-based internet to the university and to other users in the vicinity. So it is a general provision rather than a dedicated provision for one particular user. Again, to put that into context with the relationship, what's proposed and the relationship to the nearest homes, a lot of this grass is now gone. There is gravel surfacing along much of this area, and as part of that, there has been a bund created along the side of it which has created an enhanced habitat for reptiles, I gather. But moving to the more pertinent point of this image, there's been extensive monitoring of the potential impact of the cooling equipment that would be serving this digital equipment, this electronic equipment. The vent and the doors are on that north aspect of the building, so there's no direct line of sight, as it were, line of sound to any noise source there. It has been monitored extensively, and with the separation distance and the conditions that are attached to it, requiring a very low level of noise. It is not noisy use, a very low level of noise, which reflects more than anything, at 30 decibels, it reflects the fact that this is a 24/7 potentially cooling requirement because of the nature of the equipment that it's addressing. But with all of the advice that we've received from our own environmental health officers, there would be no material harm to any amenities of any nearby resident as a result of this quite small centrifugal cooling fan at the site. Chairman, taken in the overall scheme of things, it's a small and remarkable building that will be put to a slightly different use. It will appear outwardly very little different. Its impact will be very little difference. Its consequences are slight. It probably tippy-toes around the boundary of between what does and does not need planning permission. And the recommendation before you, Chairman, that we have an application before us. The question of does it or does it not need planning permission doesn't therefore arise. The recommendation before you is to approve subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I refer to the following written statements which have been received. Objection from A. Barrackler, K. Lingane, M. Gardner, N. Dobbs, S. Coltman, and the Talbot Wood Residents Association. Councillor Rachel Maidment, who's a neighbouring ward councillor. In support, J. Gibson Fleming, G. Fong, T. Harris, and S. Truick. Unless anyone indicates otherwise, I'll assume that all committee members have received these statements and have taken them into account. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a question. Whilst I accept the officer's report and the sound of 30 decibels is quite low, nevertheless, if it's a 24-hour issue, and in the summer...
Can I interrupt you there? Is this a message about whether you've seen the statements or not, or this about the debate?
Oh, sorry, no, it was a question about the application. No, of course I've seen the statements. Yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Shall I do that later?
Yes, you're first on my list.
Okay.
I have two ward councillors wishing to speak, or both ward councillors. Councillor Rampton, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for allowing my spoken presentation today. In October 2019, this committee firmly refused the application for a temporary digital exchange on an area of land defined in the Poole Local Plan as TV1, Plot R. The application before you today for a permanent digital exchange building was submitted in February this year for development on land identified in the Poole Local Plan as TV2 within metres of the Talbot Heath SSSI. A grant of permission would trigger 2E of policy PP21 of the Poole Local Plan, which states, growth at Talbot Village will be carefully developed to deliver a heathland support area, TV3, of around 12 acres. The heathland support area must be provided and open to the public before the delivery of development required by B to D. This is clear, unequivocal, and makes no exceptions. If this proposed development is compatible with 2B of PP21, i.e. to help support the role and function of the universities, then it must, by virtue, trigger E. This is the start of the digital village, and there are no conditions on the policy which would allow this to go ahead without triggering 2E, and conditions cannot surely be retrospectively applied to suit. The applicant states this is a modest proposal, converting a barn 9 metres long by 4.5 metres wide. However, the footprint of the application is far in excess of what is needed for a barn with equipment, 5 times the size. Why? The answer may partly lie in the policy design and access statement. Initially, the infrastructure hardware will be housed in a secure unit inserted inside the barn. You may draw your own conclusions as to the meaning of initially, but it does suggest a starting point and a presumption of expansion. The applicant makes no secret of their ambition for a digital offer and for a digital village innovation quarter on this land. And they're obviously highly confident that planning permission will be granted, so confident that since my call-in, all the preparatory work on site has already been done. The previously very dilapidated barn has new cladding. It has a strengthened floor to support the container housing service. It has new driveways laid across to access the barn, hard standing prepared for visiting employee technician vehicles, and both electricity supply and fibre optic cables have already been run into the barn. The landowners and agent have admitted several times to me and colleagues that the digital exchange could in fact go anywhere, for example on a brownfield site. The only reason this location has been chosen is to attract interest from commercial parties for further development of the digital village. This is the start of the Digital Village Innovation Quarter. The equipment in this development requires ongoing maintenance and support, and in the design and access statement you will note employees will visit 4 days a week, presumably every week, an unspecified number of employees for an unspecified length of time. Residents in Dulcie Road, whose garden boundaries lie a mere 17 metres from the site, will be affected by the noise of the cooling fan, which has not been tested running in situ with participation from residents to assess the noise impact. Night exposure to noise should not exceed 40 decibels, and during the day in outdoor spaces, including gardens, should not exceed 55 decibels for a continuous noise. The new cladding on the barn is of sheet metal. If the fan runs at level 10, the output will be over 69 decibels. That could be 24 hours a day for 7 days a week, and exacerbated by the reverberation of the sheet metal walls. This is contrary to policy PP21 1C of the Poole Local Plan, which states all development proposals at Talbot Village must be designed to ensure that the residential amenity of nearby residential properties is respected. 63 local residents have objected to this application. There has been a flurry of late letters of support from the applicant, none from the vicinity of the proposed digital exchange, one actually from Fife in Scotland. One can suspect vested interest there. At the October 31st planning meeting on the digital exchange item, a councillor on committee said, and I quote, "We are reading a report which sets a precedent that developers can circumvent our local plan. That feels like a sham." Members, this too is a sham. It's a blatant attempt, yet again, to bulldoze a path through the clear and unambiguous policy PP21 of the Poole Local Plan of 2018. I ask that committee refuses this application, as unless TV3 is first open to the public, it is contrary to 2E policy PP21 of the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. And Councillor Broadhead, I believe you wish to make a statement as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. As one of the 3 ward councillors for Talbot and Branksome Woods, I wish to formally object to this application as well. As many of the points have already been raised by my colleague, but planning policy PP21 is quite clear in its requirement that any development of land in TV2, which is the area around Highmore Farm, automatically triggers 2E of PP21. It does not distinguish between the size of any proposed development. It does not say that if development is small, it is exempt. It simply and clearly points out the sensitivity of what it calls growth at Talbot Village, and therefore what should automatically happen once any development commences. Personally, I have no objection to the principle of a digital exchange, which can and will, I'm sure, bring many benefits to the area. However, where it is cited is important, particularly in light of the fact that it is clearly the first step in the digital infrastructure for the proposed digital village. You cannot simultaneously start work on development of a major project and then deny that it is development at all. Furthermore, the case officer also describes what is described as a potential fallback position in the report of a change of use for the barn potentially constituting permitted development. Now, this is actually only possible with prior approval from the council. It would set quite some precedent for the council to grant permission to a development which does not meet its own criteria under the adopted local plan, again referencing policy PP21. I am not quite sure, therefore, as to the relevance of that particular part of the report and argument. To me, it seems quite clear that regardless of the initial first glance impact of this development, it is the first stage in the wider development of TV2 and beyond. Many will have their own views as to the merits or otherwise of this bigger vision of development. However, that is not the issue here. The issue here is whether we adhere to our own adopted planning policies or not. As soon as we, in my view, start to talk away planning policies by inserting our own caveats or exceptions, we tread a slippery slope. Our job here is to make sure that any planning applications pass all of the tests and stick to the rules. Unfortunately, this does not stick to the rules. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Before I go to other councillors for the debate, I just wish to remind everybody that Councillor Trent and Councillor McCormack have left the meeting because of conflict of interest. And having said, Councillor Stribby, that I would make you first on my list, I will take that back and go to the other ward councillor, Councillor Miller, first, if I may. Councillor Miller.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the two submissions we've just received from my ward council colleagues. I won't repeat some of the points made there, but I do have some questions. Doug, first of all, can we talk about in a submission? So there's a response from planning officer saying this isn't employment development, so PP 21(2)(b) is not applicable. Can you just sort of expand on that slightly? Effectively, this is infrastructure for an employment development. I mean, you talked about thousands of jobs, thousands of square meters. So if this isn't employment development, what development is it?
Mr. Evans? Have we lost Mr. Evans?
Simon Gould was typing a message, so I presume that might have been to say we have.
Let's just give it a few moments. We can't hear you, Mr. Evans. Are you there?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure where that could I, Chair. Perhaps I'll start answering that question again. Can I just check you can hear me now?
Yeah, we can, Doug.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll perhaps repeat myself a little bit in case you missed it, but the gist of that was that the building or the use of the building in this manner would not in itself generate employment. It can't be seen as supporting the innovation quarter because the innovation quarter doesn't exist per se. There is no planning permission for buildings on that southern part of the site within the policy allocation for the innovation centre. So it's difficult to make that connection at this stage. Anyone benefiting or being served by this now would be other existing users in the vicinity, particularly the universities, as I understand it. It may or may not have the capacity at a future date to be enhanced to serve whatever the council might choose to approve on the innovation quarter side, but that doesn't exist now, so it can't be seen as that precursor to it. And I think that's the rationale we've applied. The question of the permitted development, I think there was a part of the rationale in that is we've stopped short of taking a view, as we're entitled to do, as to whether this does or does not need planning permission. there are many things that agricultural buildings can be changed into. So this could be turned into shop, offices, a warehouse, just trying to think of a house. There are many things that agricultural buildings have permitted development that they benefit from. And yes, there are some of those that have to go through the prior approval process. But I would emphasise that the prior approval process will not take account of any planning policies. So if this were permitted development, then that would not trigger any planning policies because they would still be entitled to do it. So as I said, this is one of those developments where we're kind of tiptoeing, as I said, around the edges of what does not require consent, and erring on the side that we have an application, it requires consent, we will deal with it as such, and by dealing with a planning application, we have that opportunity to deal with the nature of the use, to impose conditions on noise, to specify the purpose for which it's intended. So I think it's one of those ones where, as I say, it tippy-toes around the edge of whether it does or does not need planning permission, and whether it is or is not a BA use, storage of data and processing of data as albeit digital data, on which inspectors have opined in the past. It doesn't fall to be considered today. I'd suggest it's not an employment use per se. It's a specific use of a building, reuse of a building for a particular purpose, that it's not that it would not trigger the provisions within the local plan requiring the provision of the Heathland support area, which is triggered by the provision of the innovation quarter with its many thousands of square feet, 25,000 square metres of gross floor area potentially, the mix of B1 uses, health care facilities and other university related uses. I suggest that in the overall scheme of things, this should be seen and dealt with as a piece of development in its own rights, rather than being some kind of advance guard for what might yet be submitted at a later date. Equally, there was a comment earlier on about the suggestion that this is stage one and something else might happen at a later date. Well, you know, we as the planning authority will deal with that submission at a later date as and when it arises, I suggest. So I'd urge the members to deal with this building and its contents on their merits, rather than looking for wider implications. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Doug, and I certainly will take this on its merits. I think you've actually just hit on the absolute crux of this, and where local residents and the planning authority have been at a different view, and it's in the fact and the writing in PP21 and the words of our local plan. You said quite clearly just then, Doug, that that TV3 should only be triggered by innovation quarter. What your policy says is, and I'll quote it: a Heathland support TV3 of around 12 hectares. The Heathland support area must be provided and open to the public before the delivery of development. It doesn't say before the delivery of the full innovation quarter with thousands and thousands of jobs and thousands of buildings. It says it must be provided and open to the public before the delivery of the development. The crux is this a development or is this not a development? It wouldn't be before us if it wasn't a development. It is a plan, you know, whether it's permitted development or whether it's a planning application. This is, you know, when I first started doing planning committee in 2001, it was called development control. You know, this is development. You know, so quite clearly, our policy says that TV3 has to be enacted because this is a development on TV2. That is a fact. I'll go to another question, or two other questions. Members of the committee will have heard me talk about this before in terms of biodiversity enhancements. My issue here is effectively, how can we say anything is enhanced if we don't have baseline data? So, Doug, the question is, you know, do we have detailed baseline data for this site? I noticed you said, you know, for the previous application, it should take into account base level of existing site. So do we know what the baseline data is for biodiversity on this site?
Chairman, there's quite a lot of information about the vicinity of the site because of proximity to the university, not least, and because of the allocation of the site for development. So there is a lot of background data. And in the case of most of the farm, bear in mind that this is not of special quality. It's grazed grassland, therefore it has value, but not exceptional value. The area around the immediate building has afforded some opportunity for enhancement, so that the area to the rear of the building is proposed for some enhancement, and the area along the hedgerow to the adjacent homes off to the right of this image in Dulcie Road has afforded and has been recognised by our ecology officer as providing potentially basking habitat for an improved habitat for any reptiles on the site. So this is the bund that's been created between the gravel car parking area, or access area, and the adjacent homes in Dulcie Road. So yes, there has been consideration given to the enhancing biodiversity from what was previously low grade grazed grassland. Thank you, Chairman.
You'll be aware, Doug, that all around this site is a triple SI site, and we've had many submissions around the reptile habitat and the full environment around there. But you can't say you're enhancing something by building on it if you haven't got baseline data. And I don't think we've got it. Can I touch on the last question, and then I'll sum up? The Councillor Rampton, I think, raised a point around the location plan. Doesn't show the barn, but the larger site. I too was sceptical when I read the words "initially will be housed in the secure container." You don't have to be an absolute conspiracy theorist to see this is a blatant Trojan horse. And I think I'd urge people to see that. In terms of a picture we're showing now, Doug, does this planning application would grant to then at some point extend the use to this digital exchange, or is it committed to being just in that building?
This would permit expressly the alterations to the building that are proposed. It's recladding the new doors, the louvre. It would permit its use for the purpose intended to accommodate the digital equipment associated with high-speed internet. It would not permit anything beyond that. Had the red line of the application site, for instance, just gone around the building itself, that may in itself have caused us an issue, because there would have been no demonstrated access for maintenance and service purposes, which clearly will arise with this kind of equipment. So I would not read a huge amount into that. It may well be that this committee might be considering other applications as things evolve towards the development, larger developments on the site, but this would not in itself permit that.
Thanks, Doug. So, and Chair, I'll just sum up then and let other members come in. Doug, you've effectively said that the point around the employment thing is a bit subjective. You're taking a view, and I understand it's a balance, but that you don't think this is employment. I take the view that because it's employment infrastructure, that it absolutely is. It's not black and white. You can't come down one way or the other on it. Where you can come down black and white is what our policy says, PP21, and it does say any development, before any development, we need TV3 to be open. That's a fact. That's not black and white. So I would look forward to the debate, but I'm quite clearly feel this fails our local plan, which I'd also repeat that you said in the last submission was a modern and up-to-date document. So this fails our modern and up-to-date local plan, and I'm uncomfortable with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't be voting on this one because I've missed the last 5 minutes or so of the conversation. My connection dropped. But I did want to ask a particular question. I too am concerned about noise, particularly at night time and during the summer when people are more inclined to have their bedroom windows open. And even a soft noise during the day can become a persistent nuisance at night. If the committee were minded to approve this application, could the vent at the side of one of the doorways for the fan be angled away from the properties in Dulcie Road, as sometimes we have windows angled away built out and angled away so that the sound would be transmitted directly away from Dulcie Road, rather than in a wide angle which would potentially go near it as well.
Chairman, if I could perhaps respond to that. I'm sure they're not from the council that the development is the development as it is before us, but it might help to take you through some of the evolution of the scheme. Originally, that vent was on the east elevation of the building, which might perhaps be a more convenient location for the applicants. However, in response to concerns about using every advantage to minimise the impact of any noise whatsoever from the vent, it was moved onto the north elevation. So if I can just take you back to the...
Could I interrupt at that point and ask, well, why wasn't it put on the west elevation? That would have been even further away from the residents.
And I think my simple answer to that, Councillor, is because by putting it on the north elevation, the monitoring work that was done and the advice from our own environmental health colleagues was that the level of noise that would be experienced at any nearby sensitive noise receptor was well below what would reasonably be expected and what could reasonably be enforced and conditioned. So without any further measures, I think it's condition number 3, Councillor, on your papers, which requires, if I could perhaps just read it out verbatim, the cooling fan and the equipment associated with its operation shall at all times be maintained wholly in accordance with the manufacturer's published guidelines to ensure that noise levels at the nearest noise-sensitive premises do not exceed a rating level of LAR 30 decibels measured in accordance with British standard, and of course the relevant British standard. So it achieves everything that can reasonably be expected of it. And interestingly, we will come back, I'm sure, in the next item to appropriate noise levels. In this case, that level presumes 24/7 operation, which may of course not happen, but it addresses the quietest times of the night, having regard to the existing background noise levels in what is, I'd suggest, a relatively quiet location to begin with. So it is achieving all the requirements without further adjustment, I'd suggest. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Before we go further, I'm having some technical issues myself. I've dropped out of a lot of that. And I don't have my second panel here either. I'm happy to continue chairing if that's permissible, but I can only see one councillor request to speak and not the second sidebar. So can I ask Mrs. Barrable?
Chair, sorry, Joe Tyler here, Democratic Services. Have you got sight of the conversational bar now? In the main video? I can see the RTS bar. Okay. So that was the last request to speak that we had received, and I believe it was Councillors Bartlett and Councillor Johnson that have outstanding requests to speak. Right. Okay. Because I've missed out a lot on the debate, I won't be able to vote myself. Am I okay to carry on chairing? Does Miss Barrable want to confirm that? For this item.
Sorry, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I was having trouble getting in. I would, in the circumstances, Chairman, suggest that it might be better, as you're not going to take part and you're not going to vote, if you actually step down and the Vice Chair stepped in at this point.
Unfortunately, the Vice Chair has stepped out of the room.
Ah. Now, I don't know what the answer to that is, Chairman, because I guess that you're only doing a formal role. So if you're not taking part in the discussion, I see no reason why you couldn't actually bring the other councillors in. But that would mean that we have no chair and we have no vice chair for this item.
Okay. Chairman, if I may, it's Councillor Kelsey.
Councillor.
Chairman, I would suggest that you carry on chairing the meeting. The fact that you will not be able to vote at the end of it should not make any difference. We would not be being led by you in any way. You would merely be facilitating the role of other councillors to speak when appropriate, and when it comes to the voting process, you would just abstain from the voting or say you're not voting. I personally see no reason why you cannot continue to chair this meeting.
Agreed.
I would totally agree with Councillor Kelsey on this.
Chairman, can I just say that I'm in full agreement with what Councillor Kelsey has just said. I think that solves the problem. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, if I may, and Nikki, if you would be happy to input, with the chair and the vice chair not taking part in the debate and not voting, I'm just wondering whether that would impact on the chairman's ability to cast a deciding vote if we were to reach the scenario where there was parity in the votes.
Yes, I think
when we get there.
To be honest, that was going to be my suggestion, that maybe we, but I'm open to suggestions as to whether we should deal with it now or whether we should wait.
Can we not progress as outlined and subject to the vote make the decision then?
I would advise against that, because obviously once you have voted, you would be perhaps looking at electing a chair for the casting vote once the votes have been cast, if that makes sense. I would suggest if perhaps electing a chairman in place of Councillor Bull for this item. Nikki, what would you suggest? I'm happy to take any comments from my Democratic Services colleagues, and Richard Jones, Head of Democratic Services.
Joseph, may I just have a comment? So how many people have we got that are able to vote in this? Because if we've got an odd number of people able to vote in this, because you've got certainly the chair, Simon McCormack, Tony Trent, if we could just establish how many people we've got left voting on this item, that might mean we do or don't need to worry about the deciding casting vote point.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. So yes, we have 12 members left who can formally vote. So the three that can't are Councillor Trent, Councillor McCormack, and now Councillor Bull. So that leaves us with 12.
Sorry, interrupting, I did tell you that my connection had dropped out and I can't vote on this either.
Okay, so, apologies, correction there then, that would include Councillor Stribley, who therefore wouldn't be able to vote. So that would take us down to 11 members.
Let's move forward.
What I would suggest, though, is depending on anyone who may abstain, votes for and against may still be equal. So I'm happy to take advice, as I say, from the legal rep and from my Democratic Services colleagues. Chair, if you're happy just to pause for a moment.
Mr. Tyler, do we want to come offline while we sort this out?
Just to get a clear approach going forwards that will be sort of strong and clear. If you're happy for that.
Yes. Yeah. So are we coming on? Thank you. Welcome back to the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Planning Committee on the 21st of May 2020. We've been having some technical issues, certainly I have, due to which I've been advised that I shall step down as chair for this item, and I invite Councillor Bartlett to speak.
Thank you, Chair. In view of the situation, I'd like to propose that Councillor Dave Kelsey take over the chairmanship of this meeting for this item.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder of that proposal?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Kelsey, would you like to take over this item? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I will continue on where we left off, and as far as I'm aware, we left off with Councillor Johnson wishing to speak. So, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, tracking my mind back a few minutes to before this kerfuffle. It was just to say that I am rather torn on this one, because whilst I can sympathise with the views of the ward councillors regarding policy PP21E, I would have to personally side with the officers' reading of the policy that this wouldn't create any immediate further employment. In terms of the development itself, it is minimal. As I believe one of the ward councillors stated, most of the work is already done. I'd be very hard pressed to find myself going against a professional report regarding the noise. Again, they've said it would not exceed 30 decibels at any time during the day, which falls well short of the limit in policy. And in terms of the general form of the development, this is precisely what this land has been marked out for. It is for a furthering of a digital village and the creation of a digital village, and I really cannot see a reason to go against the officers' reading of the policies and recommendations here. This is what this land has been earmarked for, and therefore we have to look to further and go along with the policies that we are bound by. This is what this land is earmarked for, and therefore developments like this should be supported. So I would be very much minded to go along with the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bartlett.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've still got this sort of question in my mind. Is this really a development or not? I mean, to me, it's a building that's had its external surfaces replaced with something different. The use is changing, but as we've already heard, you can, under permitted development, make certain changes to agricultural buildings. So I was still sort of slightly bemused as to why this application has come to us. But one thing, specific item I would like to pick up and just clarify that I think Councillor Rampton in her deputation talked about noise levels of around 64 dB. And yet we're being told that it will not exceed 30 dBs at any time of day. Now, if I was concerned about anything on this application, it is the noise potential for the residents who are living reasonably nearby. I mean, I understand there's a bund there and there's some trees, and I find it difficult to imagine that a noise calling that size of building would be excessive. But I really need to bottom this difference of data that we're being fed. Is anyone able to comment on that? Oh, just one other thing. It was mentioned that this is a Trojan horse. Well, we're not actually assessing a Trojan horse. We're actually assessing basically an agricultural building which is being used as something else. I don't think we can go on a hypothesised for what may or may not happen in the future. That's not part of this application. So if we could just go back to the noise clarification, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Mr. Evans, could you respond to that, please?
Yes, Chairman, happy to come in on that. The conditions set out in the papers before you 2 is very explicit, and I don't have it in front of me at the moment, that it is 30 dBA is the requirement. LAR 30 dB. I am not an acoustic expert, but in the manner of these things, I know a man who is, and our council environmental health officers have considered this, have looked at the acoustic consultant's report that's been submitted, which demonstrates that that level of noise attenuation can be achieved on the site, and have agreed that that level of noise attenuation is wholly compatible with nearby homes in Dulcie Road. So if I can reference you to condition number 3, the cooling fan and equipment associated with its operation shall at all times be maintained wholly in accordance with the manufacturer's published guidelines to ensure that noise levels at the nearest noise sensitive premises, so that's measured at the Dulcie Road premises, do not exceed a level rating of effectively 30 decibels measured in accordance with the appropriate British standard. Chairman, I'd suggest that that's a wholly appropriate level of noise mitigation, and would be not possible to demonstrate that that causes material harm to the amenities of any nearby resident. Compliance with that condition is enforceable, and therefore I would like to think that reassures the councillor on the question of noise and noise attenuation associated with this proposed use.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor Bartlett, are you satisfied with that?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair. And on that basis, I would like to make approve to accept the officer's recommendation to grant the application.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Do I have an immediate seconder at this time, or would you like me to carry on with other speakers?
Councillor Johnson, I'm happy to second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. In the meantime, I will revert back to other people that have indicated to speak. Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I would have seconded that quite happily. So I'm glad Councillor Johnson has. I think it's what we need to. What I'd like to say, Chairman, is that we have to assess this application on what's in front of us. We cannot speculate about the applicant's intentions with regards to the village, what they may or may have not built. What we have here is a digital exchange. It's an industry I know about. It is not an employment site. It's a digital exchange. People will need to visit it from time to time for updates and to ensure things are working. If there's problems, we've got a noise report. I think any of those the objections have been dealt with, and I think this suggestion that we're playing fast and loose with policy is a bit disingenuous. I'm happy with what's in front of me, and I will be supporting the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Pavida. Marion.
Thank you. Marion's easier. Yes, the last two speakers have really covered most of the ground I wanted to cover. To me, it almost depends on a definition of what you mean by development. To me, this is much more similar to change of use. And the talk of people coming and going, well, people come and go to an agricultural barn very often. They have need to. Any other storage which has already been converted to, people have reason to come and go depending on what's stored there, what it's being used for. People, particularly in a barn, could be working there for periods of time depending on its use. The digital exchange, we're assured they won't be. There won't be reason to. Noise can be a barn can generate noise, again, depending on what it's being used for. Granted, it wouldn't be 24/7 constant, but it could be very noisy for periods. So to me, most of the objections fall away, and I don't think this is sufficient to generate the need for the TV3 work. This to me is much more similar to change of use, and I would have been happy to second it as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bartlett, Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of points. I just wondered if it was possible to add a condition that the fresh bund that's being constructed, if that could be planted with some indigenous species to act as an acoustic barrier, because I appreciate the noise levels are predicted to be low. However, predominantly southwesterly wind would carry that noise to the neighbouring properties. I just wondered. Looking at that, to me, it looks like a good opportunity to plant that bund and to create an acoustic barrier. Just a small point. I just wonder why there's 3 doors to one internal space. It just seems a bit strange to me that there's been 3 doors put on the building to access one internal space, and the doors appear to be all the same size. So just wondering why that's so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. Mr. Evans, could you come back on that, please?
I certainly can, Chairman. I can't speculate on the purpose for the 3 doors. The application has 3 doors in it because the applicants have chosen to put 3 doors. There's no internal partitions. Any subsequent internal partitions wouldn't require consent. If I can just pick up on 2 things. One, this question of, is it development? Yes, it is development. I think the only grey area might be, is it or is it not permitted development? But categorically, you are dealing with something that represents development. Physical alterations to the building and the use of the building, they all represent development. So it is development on which you can opine. On the question of enhancing the bund, and just to remind you of the that bund area. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So let me just get back into that. So for clarification, the bund area is along this side where there's a fairly dense screening between the application site and the adjacent homes, and that in that area, this bund has been raised. You can see there that dense area. Part of the environmental mitigation proposals, which are set out in condition 4 in some detail. So there is already an appraisal and mitigation set out and required to be undertaken by condition 4. This image tries to capture some of that, and the brown strip is intended to represent the bund, and you'll see that this includes, although it's slipped off the edge of the slide slightly, new scrub planting, compatible with the potential use of it as a basking area for reptiles and surf foraging birds, for instance. So I would not want to see that treated as just a screening area. It does have a biodiversity enhancement role, and that isn't always compatible with dense planting. I don't think there is a need for acoustic planting because of the noise attenuation issues having been separately addressed, and therefore I suggest that the bund going forward in the manner described in the biodiversity enhancement proposals would be a more appropriate use of that area rather than adding to the acoustic screening, which doesn't really fall to be required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor Barron, is there anything you'd like to come back on?
Yeah, I appreciate what Doug's saying there, but I think that because noise is such an issue, well, potential issue on this, I could just see that as being a good opportunity. I'm not talking about putting Lelandiais through or anything like that. Indigenous species. So I'm kind of haven't completely made my mind up on this really. So yeah, I'll just see what others got to say. Okay,
thank you, Councillor Barron. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points to clarify from what the ward councillor said about works which have already been completed. Is permission required for freestanding access and also for cabling, or is that allowed over such green land? Thank you.
Mr. Evans.
Apologies for the technical glitches, Chair. No. There's a variety of works. As I said, we're kind of tiptoeing around the boundaries between development requiring planning permission and development that is permitted development, not requiring an application for planning permission. Some of the works have already been undertaken around the site. Cable runs have been put in and electricity supplies, as we've heard, and some of the physical alterations to the building. I haven't been there recently, but some of the physical alterations may have already been undertaken. One that we heard was reinforcing of the floor slab within a building, not development. The changes to the exterior of the building, I think when I first saw images of this building, it had an open side and it was being used for vehicle parking. And I believe that's been closed in. There's a question there as to whether that constitutes material development requiring planning permission or was repairs and alterations not requiring permission. So again, on that boundary between the need for planning application or permitted development. A lot of the utilities, as you can imagine, as soon as works were being undertaken for trenching and putting in utilities, it was brought to our attention, and we did investigate that. There is extensive, again, we keep going back to permitted development rights, there's extensive permitted development rights by energy suppliers or persons contracted by those energy suppliers to provide connectivity. Similarly, code system operators and telecommunication companies have significant permitted development rights to undertake works to provide connectivity. So trenching, cabling is all permitted development. So I'd suggest that a lot of the work that we've heard described, probably, although I wouldn't opine because there's no need to opine at this time entirely, I'd suggest it was probably permitted development being undertaken on or by or on behalf of code system operators or statutory undertakers providing power or connectivity, and therefore it probably didn't need planning permission.
Okay, now that's fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor O'Neill. Councillor O'Neill.
Hello.
Yep.
Ah, good. Yeah, I'd comment as follows. The development is intended for its purpose. It is a digital exchange, and we've got to judge it on its own merits, not what future impacts might be. The noise levels, and I've worked in ballistics and explosives, are quite acceptable at 30 decibels. Just to put it into perspective, a modern fridge freezer will operate at 32 to 47 decibels. Anything lower would be considered quiet. So I don't see the noise as an issue at all. And in terms of employment, it will require visiting for maintenance, but that would be on a routine or exceptional basis. So my move would be to support this application.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I have no other councillors intending to speak at this time. Before I go to the vote, is there anyone else that would like to come forward to speak, please? I see nothing on the screen at this time, so we will go to the vote. We have a move by Councillor Bartlett and seconded by Councillor Johnson to support this application. If I call out your names at each time, could you please indicate? Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Hall.
Against.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Myself, Councillor Kelsey. For. Marion.
For.
Councillor Mellor.
Against.
And Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Thank you. Joe, could you indicate the scores, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the total number of votes for the motion is 9, and the total number of votes against the motion is 2. There were no abstentions, and obviously 4 of the members, Councillors Ball, McCormack, Stribley and Trent, did not take part or did not vote due to the technical issues and the interests declared. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Therefore, that application is granted as per the officer's recommendations, and I will now hand back the chairmanship of this panel to Councillor Bull. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Thank you for taking over that item. And we move on now to 6E, Plot W, Purchase Road. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. We move a little way down the road, still in the same area adjacent to the universities for Plot W, which is land east of Bishop's Close, near Gallop Way. And again, a proposal which is a temporary use for a period of 15 months to use an area of land within the same farm area for temporary parking associated with contractors' traffic associated with works going on at the university. Just to put it into context again, as we were previously, we're in the Talbot Village area adjacent to the university. And just to help orientate yourselves, the barn we were just talking about, the building we were just talking about is there. The car park of the university to the north, and the university north of this. So again, we're into the same territory of the dividing line between the university expansion and the digital village area. So if we move slightly away from the previous application to land which was at one time intended for development for housing, which subsequently was unable to proceed in that respect because of its proximity to the protected adjacent Dorset Heathland. Having had a permission some years ago on that basis, you will see that from the aerial photograph and other photographs I'll show you that some of the road infrastructure associated with its potential redevelopment as housing was initiated, was built, and is still there. To put that into context, the access to the site from Purchase Road, a cul-de-sac, which is an earth bund to prevent unauthorised egress into the site. And from the top of the bund, viewing the application site, you can see the very substantial road infrastructure that was built to support the arising from the earlier housing redevelopment planning application. You can see also the street lighting columns that went in at the same time, although there's no light units, no luminance at the top, and I think you can see in there also clearly some of the principal drain structures went in presumably at the same time as the highway works. This is a view from the top of the bund, and you can see the adjacent homes in Bishop's Close that back onto the application site, which is this land, just visible in the distance as the bond we were just talking about. And this is the approach to the bund, the closed off access road. And I'd particularly draw attention to the access route, this footway, and a road without much in the way other than individual cul-de-sacs going off it, nothing in the way of private drives directly onto that road. So it's a road to which most of the homes nearby turn their back to it, or in the case of the building at the right hand side of the image, turn their side elevation to it. We must of necessity revisit the policies for the area, but I don't intend to dwell on them. The university, the innovation centre, and the subsequent requirement on the basis of development associated with the Innovation Centre in this land, the requirement for the provision of the Heathland support area, beyond which is the actual Heathland itself. So this is within, again, as was the last application, within the TV2 Innovation Centre application. However, this is not a proposal that prejudices or has any connection with the Innovation Centre. The proposal here is to provide temporary contractors car parking for a period of up to 15 months, so to enable contractors and other persons employed in the construction of the various sites at the adjoining university to park. Members will appreciate that parking on the streets in the area is carefully controlled, that there is careful monitoring and capacity issues perhaps with the car parking provided for university staff, and therefore this is an opportunity to get contractors' vehicles during the building works off the roads, or rather to get them adjacent to the site where contractors can walk to and from their place of work, their sites, without having to be remotely parked and bussed in, as I believe is it's been suggested is what has previously happened. At the minute, as you'll appreciate, no work is progressing that I'm aware of on the part-built developments on the site because of the recent close down of building operations on non-essential building sites. So the proposals comprise various elements, which I'll show you in detail in a moment. But if I can take you into the entrance, the removal of that earth that was dumped at the entrance to the site to prevent unauthorised access rather to the existing layout of hard surfaced roads. And if I can draw your attention to, perhaps not particularly visible, but parallel lines that follow round the road surface truncate these two elements and follow all the way around the remains. That's a parallel pair of fences, one of which is harass fencing, security fencing, is much intended to stop people wandering out of the site rather than necessarily getting into the site. So they prevent egress from within the parked areas into the rest, which will still, as I understand it, be grazed farmland associated with the farm, as it is now. Outside of that, there will be a reptile fence, which again prevents reptiles having been removed from within this area from migrating back into the area where clearly there would be a jeopardy from vehicle movements. There is a approximately 5 metre area identified along the edges of the site, which again, just to remind you, that's outside of the area where there would be any access from contractors because of the security fence around the areas where they'll be parking. But this is environmental mitigation. Only in so much as all that will be required along there primarily is a post and wire fence, which will prevent grazing of that strip, which will allow some regeneration and enhanced habitat over and above the lower level biodiversity value of the grazed grassland. The stars identify 4 lighting towers intended to provide safety and security within the site during the hours of darkness during the winter when it might be used. There are, in the conditions set out in front of you, a requirements that it would be for 15 months only, that the operating hours during which period it would be used by contractor car parking were between 7:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. It would only be used by contractors. It would not be overflow parking for students or other visitors or personnel at the university. It is intended purely to facilitate the construction requirements of the extensive development works that are going on within the university at the time. So, security fencing, 4 light columns, reptile fencing, fencing to create a biodiversity area, and also as part of, just to take you through the details of that, so the bund to be removed to allow the road to continue. There is already tarmac surface underneath that. This was just fill that was deposited on there. So typical harass security fencing. The lighting units around the site, 4 units, each with an individual generator associated with them. That raises issues of noise inevitably, and again I draw your attention to a condition in your papers which sets a somewhat different noise requirement, a noise test in respect of these units, and again it's a slightly higher test, and the rationale for that is clearly these are units that are prescribed to be only operated until 6:30 p.m. And potentially not before 7:30 a.m. During winter mornings. And because they're not to be used during the more sensitive hours of the late night and early morning, the required standard is somewhat less. Nevertheless, it's still been in front of our environmental health colleagues, and it meets all of the appropriate standards and requirements. Similarly, I draw attention to one of the conditions in your papers, which sets out that prescribes the details in terms of the kind of lighting units, the light intensity, the temperature of the lighting, again all designed to minimise any impact both on nearby residents and on wildlife which will use this area, albeit that it's relatively low value as a habitat. Let me just take you back to the lights. If I just invite you to think about the orientation of those lighting towers, they're intended to light and protect and make safer the areas where contractors will be walking and moving vehicles, or walking in amongst moving vehicles potentially. I suggest that the orientation, and all of them being to the inside, if you like, of the curve, means that they will be facing and orientated away from the homes nearest by. So the orientation of the lights, the separation distance of the lights, again, orientation, separation distance, orientation, nature of the lights, intensity, illumination, power of the lights, all taken into account to minimise any potential impact on the neighbouring properties. going back to the only physical bit of engineering work that's intended is the removal of the soil or materials that were deposited to form the barrier to prevent access to the site. That will be removed, and it has been identified that it's been colonised, it has some ecological value, and work has been undertaken to monitor and in some respects remove any reptiles within this area. It has been suggested that slow worms have colonised this. And bear in mind that that's basically dumped earth, let me put it that way. It wasn't put there for that purpose, and it's perhaps less than ideal for that purpose. But as part of the mitigation associated with the application, there is proposal to replicate to a large extent the benefit of that to enable any reptiles within the site to be relocated not off-site but within the site, because the works are relatively slight. The density of any reptiles within the areas where vehicles will be parked is fairly slight, but by providing a purpose-built habitat for the reptiles on the site, it's seen as more than offsetting the loss of the bund, which is basically, as I say, soil and hardcore, not put there for that specific purpose, but merely colonised subsequently. So a new habitat which would provide the right kind of environment, the right kind of habitat for hibernating reptiles because of its open grain, loose grain within it, providing appropriate gaps and providing appropriate planting to replicate some of the benefits and advantages of the bund that would be removed. Distance, not a very good image, I'm afraid, sorry about that, but just put it in the context, the car parking, proposed car parking, pedestrian route, got a wiggly line, sorry about that, pedestrian route back to where the principal development is taking place, or the principal works are going on at the university, perfectly reasonable walking distance. And again, conditions in the papers you've got before you expressly limiting the form or preventing the formation of any alternative routes that might be created by desire lines to shortcut that walk. I'd draw your attention to the fairly significant obstacles in the way, and as I say, a condition requiring no alternative pedestrian routes to be formed. Chairman, in the overall scheme of things, the use of this site for that period, for this purpose, with the mitigation that's put in place in respect of the details of the light columns, the habitat mitigation measures, the noise attenuation measures, the recommendation is to grant subject to conditions set out in the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I shall now refer to the following written statements which have been received. In objection from H. Bateman, K. Legane, Mr. and Mrs. O'Dell, N. Dobbs, S. Ricketts. Supports N. McFarlane. Unless anyone indicates otherwise, I'm hearing some paper rustling. Somebody turn their mic off. Unless anyone indicates otherwise, I will assume that all committee members have received these statements and taken them into account. Councillor Stribby, I assume you want to talk on the item shortly?
Yes, Chairman, I have a question. Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome back Councillor Rampton, one of the ward councillors who wishes to speak on this item. Councillor Rampton.
Yes, Chair, thank you. And once again, for allowing me to speak on this item. This application for Plot W on the land identified as TV2 in the pool local plan has been some time coming to committee, and this is due in part to the discovery of a colony of slow worms in the embankment at the entrance to the proposed site. In the continued absence of the baseline biodiversity study, the consequence of this application being granted causes a lot of concern over the risk to protected wildlife and is contrary to PP 32.2 in the pool local plan, which says a biodiversity appraisal should be submitted where there are protected or important species and habitat features either within the site or in close proximity to it. The appraisal will need to demonstrate the development will not result in any adverse impact and secures a net gain for biodiversity. There is little or no actual need for this parking, whether it's for a week, for a month, or the 15 months requested. The proposed spaces have been revised downwards from 131 spaces to 59. Contrary to what Mr Evans has just said, building actually has been continuous at Plot Q, Arts University Student Accommodation, with parking for the contractors provided either off-site at Chapel Gate, the park and ride, or in existing car park spaces more locally. The report states that providing this offer of parking at Plot W will take pressure off the residential roads nearby, but there is and has been for several years very robust parking control measures in place through the entirety of Talbot Village. Should any vehicle park inappropriately up to 4 p.m, they can be and are ticketed regularly. New flexible working patterns for the two universities who are on extended breaks, closure of shops with parking spaces in Gillette Road, and a delay of over a year to the start of construction of Bournemouth University Gateway 2 building offers an opportunity to re-engage in dialogue with BU and others to make use of their parking spaces on a temporary basis should any extra parking be required. The end date for the building of the accommodation is August 2020 to tie in with the usual start of term date. Even allowing for any potential delays due to COVID-19, another 15 months for this development cannot surely be required. Many residents in Talbot Village can attest to this ongoing work and the noise from the student accommodation. I will mention the TV2, the BCP 21. This development does clearly trigger E, which requires TV3 Heathland support to be provided and open to the public before the delivery of development. And it cannot be argued that this car park is merely temporary and therefore not development when it requires removal of the high embankment. It's not just a small earth bund, it's a very high embankment. Installation of security gates, installation of secure fencing, diesel-powered generators for the lighting, 4 5.5 metre high lighting columns, and hard standing for the vehicle access. They're all considered necessary for the application to be implemented. This high embankment has been successful for about 20 years now in discouraging unauthorised incursions onto the land at Highmore Farm. Removal of this and installation of a gate in its place will leave the site vulnerable. The gate will be unmanned and open between 7:30 in the morning and 6:30 weekdays, if conditioned. However, new guidance from government allows construction work now until 9 p.m. So what does that mean for this site? That contractors will leave at 18:30 and park wherever they wish around the village? Or will they be tempted to remain on site with noise pollution from generators and light spilling from the rigs until late at night? PP27 of the Poor Local Plan C states, development should be compatible with surrounding uses and would not result in a harmful impact upon amenity for both local residents and future occupiers, considering levels of sunlight, daylight, privacy, noise and vibration, emissions, artificial light intrusion, and whether the development is overbearing or oppressive. There are 213 objections to this development. Please consider why residents in Talbot Village, particularly those living close to the proposed site in a quiet cul-de-sac, are so concerned and why this application is contrary to PP27. Every weekday for 15 months, 59 vehicles, probably with more than one occupant in each, arrive in the quiet road before 7:30 in the morning. There'll be noise from the metal gates, vehicle noise, emissions, slamming of car doors, van doors as tools are collected, a large number of people walking to the site at Gillette Road. The gates would be unlocked until 6:30 in the evening. Contractors are free to return to their vehicles for their cups of tea, their lunch breaks, to collect more tools, equipment, and to move on and off the site at will in their vehicle. And then from 6:30 in the evening, all of that in reverse. There'll be light pollution from the 4 5.5 metre high columns. There will be 93 decibels of noise from each of the 4 diesel generators. Road safety will be compromised for the many young children and older residents in Bishops and Isaacs Close. This pandemic has made us all aware of what a sanctuary our homes and gardens are. For residents in lockdown, unable to leave their home for who knows how long now, the noise and light intrusion may be intolerable and could cause material harm to their welfare. They live adjacent to what is currently a grazed green field, well used by the farm at Highmore Farm, and which for over 20 years has had an area of tarmac and some unconnected to power light columns, which is legacy of the previous planning decision. This application is clearly contrary to PB21 of Pool Local Plan 1C. All development proposals at Talbot Village must be designed to ensure the residential amenity of nearby residential properties is respected. The applicant wants the use of this site as a bailout for their lack of foresight in not making adequate provision for their building project. I ask you, committee, today, please don't let residents in Talbot Village and those 213 objectors pay what is too heavy a price for their incompetence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. And welcome back to Councillor Broadhead, who wishes to speak on this item.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak on this item as well. As one of the 3 ward councillors for Talbot and Branksome Woods, I also wish to formally object to this application. Much work has been done between the ward councillors and the applicants to come up with creative and sensible solutions to resolve the issues which have led to this application. As you will have heard from Councillor Rampton, many of these pragmatic solutions present much less impact to the local residents than the scheme which you see in front of you. As someone who used to live myself on the adjacent road to this scheme, Bishop Close, I can confidently say that what seems on the face of it to be a minor application to open up an area of land for car parking would have a much greater effect on local residents than many realise. There is the extra volume of traffic, the generators for the flood lighting, the anxiety from residents about the possible further effects of permanently opening this hitherto inaccessible land, alongside further issues of extra noise and security, again as we've heard from my ward colleague. All of these would be regrettable but understandable byproducts if there was a genuine need for this temporary car park to exist. However, as evidenced by the gradual reduction of spaces in the application, originally 131 and now only 59, the success of the current alongside the success of the current park and ride from Chapel Gate for contractors and the plethora of other parking options available in the immediate area, this is not the only option available. In fact, in many ways, it is the worst option. This is before taking into account the change in working practices at the universities due to the COVID-19 crisis, which surely will open up even more spaces for parking due to remote working at those facilities. I know from the many meetings we have had on this issue that if planning permission is refused, other more sensible options will be pursued, which would not affect residents in anything like the same way, and not open up an area of land that in many would see as the first step of development in this area. For that reason, along with the other valid reasons you've heard, I would urge that the application be refused and more sensible solutions be pursued which protect the interests both of the local businesses and the local residents. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'll just temporarily hold the meeting there. We have a technical issue. I'm just
Chair, I believe you've muted your microphone.
Thank you, Joe. I was just waiting for the recording to restart, which it now has. Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Evans, could I just ask before we go into the other councillors, the biodiversity, has there been an assessment of the area with that in mind?
Yes, Chairman, there's been a very detailed study of the area. There's been survey work. There has been reference to earlier studies that have been undertaken on the site, so that it's built on previous work that's been provided. A very detailed study, and all of the recommendations that have come forward are set out in a very detailed set of proposals. And if I can just find the right condition to reference you to. Sorry, I have a frozen screen, a frozen second screen. If you'll bear with me for one moment.
Indeed.
The condition number 6 deals with it in terms of the lighting. Condition number Sorry, I'm scrolling across a scheme, but let me just come back to the core of the question. Yes, there has been detailed assessment. There has been, it has altered during the life of the application from as one of the councillors alluded to, it was originally proposed to be quite different, with additional hard surfacing being provided. That's gone away as a proposal. The number of vehicles to be accommodated reduced, and therefore the mitigation proposed has changed as the scheme has evolved. So whereas at one point there was a suggestion that translocation of on-site reptiles to the adjacent heathland was appropriate, the conclusion is, for instance, now that that's no longer necessary, that the scale and nature of the proposals are all such that the ecological mitigation buffer and the provision of custom-built facilities to replace the habitat provided previously by the Bund would take away the need for some of the measures originally proposed. But there is now a detailed assessment and a detailed set of proposals. But unfortunately, because I've got a frozen second screen from me, I can't reference you to the. Oh, sorry, I can. Condition number 10. I now have an unfrozen screen. Let me just read it to you. All works and sites shall be undertaken in strict accordance with the Reptile Survey and Assessment and Mitigation Strategy Report, Revision 2, prepared by Salmon Geary Ecological Services Limited, received 13th of March 2020, and as outlined within the Ecology Schedule of Works received as Appendix 6 to the aforementioned report. All works on site relating to habitat manipulation shall be undertaken and supervised by a suitably qualified ecologist. And that's to ensure, the reason, as there always is to a condition, ensure protection, rescue of protected species under the Wildlife and Countryside Act, and to ensure that the Biodiversity Code of Practice for Planning and Development is adhered to. So a very comprehensive look at the scheme in terms of the base level, and a very comprehensive set of measures to address that. So the simple answer to your question, Chairman, is yes, there is a biodiversity mitigation scheme in place.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I should go to Councillor Miller as the other ward councillor.
Thank you, Chair. And we've just heard from both of my colleagues, so I'll be brief at this time. I agree with everything my colleagues have said. In terms of just picking up that point around the baseline study again, I think the comment is still valid. No stakeholder has ever done a full baseline study in here. What they have done is assessed it, and again, to quote Doug, you know, the bund that will be removed has colonised ecological value. So there is ecological value there that is being removed. And were moved, and I think that should cause us a problem. Again, this is a development so it's contrary to PP21. You know, TVT, all they have to do to drop nearly all of this, you know, fighting is actually just get on with what the recent local plan says, and that is do TV3. This isn't required. You know, we're effectively taking away what was farmland and its green grazing space to put a hard standing. The universities, you know, we've been in meetings with the universities when they've said, you know, they can manage a parking between them. This isn't required. If this does go ahead, you know, if the committee are minded to put this ahead, can I request a couple of extra conditions? One, that the picking up Councillor Rampton's point around the development is nearly complete because it has been worked on consistently through this period. There's no reason this is required for 15 months. So I would change condition 1 to say 15 months, you know, to keep the 15 months in there, and after decision notice, say add or substantial completion of the development of Plot Q, which is the development in question. That should certainly be completed by the end of this year, and would, although devastating to the 213 objectors to this, would provide some easement of the time here. The second I would change would be the restriction about the height restriction going in replacement of the bund. I think it needs to be clear that would be in as soon as the bund is removed, there will be a need for that height restriction bar to be put in. That bund has stopped, you know, access to Highmore Farm for 20 years, and we need to make sure that is replaced promptly. You know, there are other arguments around noise pollution and light pollution. They've been well made by my colleagues. I do not feel like at this moment I'll be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Evans, did you want to come back on either of those conditions at this stage?
Chairman, one of the things with conditions is always nice to have a very clear, precise set of conditions. The 15 months is what has been applied for. We have had conversations about, well, do you need 15 months? Because we've had this application before us for quite a while now, and the request has been yes for 15 months. That's a very precise cut-off point. When we get into assessing substantive completion or a stage in a build process, it becomes a little bit more fluid and open to dispute. It becomes less precise. I would encourage committee, you could certainly impose that, but I would suggest that a better condition is one that deals with the 15 months, because it's very clear, very concise, very precise, very enforceable. On the question of height restrictions, the image that I have in front of you is the proposed gates at the entrance to the site, lockable gates. I appreciate that the bund is perhaps a more difficult obstacle, but the intention is to create security to prevent encroachment into the site by those operating the site, and I'd suggest that that's a reasonable approach. To put a height restriction bar is not something that forms part of the application, and it may in itself become an impediment when it comes to contractors' vehicles. So anything set high enough to allow the use of the site by contractors' vehicles would also allow other vehicles that aren't permitted on the site to still get in under that right. So I'm not sure it delivers any improved security, but that's a matter for the committee. I suggest it goes beyond what's required to ensure security. On the bund, just one final comment, and just pick up a couple of the points that was made there. Of course, the bund, I'd suggest, has never had planning permission. It fell, and we're back in that area of development and permitted development. It never required planning permission. It may have constituted an engineering operation. I suggest it falls below the threshold of what constitutes an engineering operation, and therefore didn't need planning permission to be put there. Equally, that implies that it does not require planning permission to remove it, so it could be removed at any time. And following that theme through, and we're in the same sort of territory as we were with the previous application in terms of this is development requiring an application for planning permission that's been made. There are cases that could be made for a lot of the elements associated with this development in their own right could potentially be permitted development. The use of the site could potentially be permitted development, although I'm not going to opine on that. The small equipment required temporarily in association with development going on adjacent being the covered land might make some of it permitted development. But at the end of the day, we have a planning application before us, and you can therefore determine that planning application, and you can control the operation of that proposed use in terms of times of operation, noise levels, light levels. One final point there, or two final points, sorry. I apologise if I misled the committee by saying that construction works had ceased. I was only able to visit the site once as a drive-by on my way to somewhere else, and at that time my impression of what was happening on the site was that construction had ceased. I apologise if that wasn't the case. And of course we've had the recent ministerial statement about construction hours going beyond permitted hours on as set by planning conditions on development sites as part of the getting the economy and getting the building industry going again. In anticipation of that question, we'd engage with our colleagues in environmental health on the question of the noise mitigation required if at some point in the future, it's hypothetical, at some point in the future there was a request to extend the hours, the level of noise mitigation that's been set at 50 decibels would equally be the appropriate standard at 9 o'clock. So that's not to suggest that it's going beyond 6:30, but it means that the level of mitigation there should give members a degree of comfort that if anything were to proceed in line with ministerial statements and future government guidance, that level of comfort should still be there about the noise attenuation from the generators associated with the line columns. And again, if that were to be slightly later in the day because of government guidance, something that may overstep the conditions imposed by the local planning authority. Similarly, the condition attached to the lights and the orientation of the lights and the nature of the lights should give members comfort that whilst it's not before you today, there is a degree of let's say there's a buffer built into that noise condition and a buffer built into the light condition that should ensure that there would not be any harm slightly beyond those permitted operating hours. So it's well within the operating parameters of the 6:30 time that is suggested in the conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, if I may briefly just on the gates.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So these parking spaces are for construction workers. They're not for the construction heavy vehicles. So by not having a height restriction gate, you make the site weaker for unauthorised encampment, and also it's more likely that the heavy traffic from the construction vehicles would be able to access the site, which isn't the intention. This is just for the staff. So my request would stand. Thank you.
Chairman, can I just come back on that? Having heard that comment, Chairman, yes, I think if it was a height restrictor, I'm unable to suggest an appropriate height, but a condition requiring details and the height of an appropriate height restrictor barrier to be constructed at the entrance. Having heard that further comment, Chair, that would be a reasonable condition, and I'd be content with that.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a couple of questions to raise, but before that, could we be shown the distance on a wider picture between the proposed parking site and the construction site? Could that be please identified?
Yes. So the construction site, Chairman, is at the top of the image here and off the top of the image.
Thank you so much. That's exactly what I thought. Quite frankly, looking at that walk, I can't see many contractors choosing to use it if they can park on the estate roads closer. It's a long walk unless somewhere to the north of the site there is a footpath or a temporary path proposed through that they could in effect walk through to the site, and that doesn't appear to be the case. It looks as though it's going all around the roads. Am I right?
Yes, Chairman, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Raising 2 points which Councillor Mellor raised, I understand his concerns about the time length, but by simply adding whichever 15 months or to the end of the construction works could actually imply that construction works could go on longer than 15 months. So I think it should be, if he wishes to retain that one, 15 months or to the completion of the major construction, whichever is the sooner. We've been caught out on that one before. And the other issue on the height restriction, I absolutely support, if this gets approval, the ward councillors on this one. Having no height restriction implies that HGVs, cranes and all sorts of things could be trundled around the estate roads and parked in there for considerable lengths of time. And while that might not be envisaged at the moment, we don't know what might happen on that site, and they might want to move vehicles or construction machinery out of the way into that parking site and back, and then you are again pushing it all around the estate roads. So I do have some concerns on this one. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, my colleagues have voiced some of the concerns. I do support a height bar without question. It was going to be one of the questions I was going to ask, not least of which, if it was just builders' vehicles, i.e. those that work on site, it's not a problem. But certainly if it's things like mobile cranes, diesel dumpers, etc., and certain other equipment that will be utilised on site, they can be very, very noisy. and indeed a builder will always want to get his equipment on site before his workers arrive. That causes me some concern. So I think a clear understanding of what vehicles will be placed on site and restrictions for anything else are quite fundamental to any approval. The other thing I'd like to be clear on, in terms of the lighting, the lighting will be on for which set hours, which is really a question of the officer, and how will that be monitored? And indeed, if it is overnight, because expensive equipment is contained on site, I would have great concern over that. And lastly, builder sites are renowned for intrusion and theft. And if equipment is to be left on site, what other security arrangements are going to be organised so that the houses backing onto the site are not threatened by a lack of security? Thank you.
Mr. Evans.
Chairman, thank you. Just to be clear, the relevant condition sets the hours of use of the proposed temporary car park 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. The lights are not to be used outside of the permitted hours, and they're not therefore 24-hour security lights. They are just to be operated during the hours when the car park is in use. It is for contractors' vehicles, and the presumption therefore that's not contractors' supplies, equipment or materials. So one would imagine that most of the vehicles, if not all, would be absent overnight anyway. When will the lights be on? They can be on, they could be on, if permission was given with that condition, every day from 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. But of course the expectation is there would be no need, for instance, at this time of year, to have them on at all, because clearly the hours of 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Will be hours of daylight, and therefore, given that we're talking about a 15-month and therefore an autumn and winter period including in that, I would suggest that you would see them being used during the morning hours, the darker hours in the beginning of the morning during that period, maybe coming on, or definitely coming on in the late afternoon, early evening hours as you go towards 6:30 during the darker months of the year, but not outside of those permitted hours as set out on the conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Did you want to come back in?
Yes, please. It does make me nervous, actually, when I hear phrases like the expectation is, or I would suggest, lacks precision for me on an activity that could impact quite a number of householders. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. It may be that on that particular subject that we've just been talking about, Chairman, that maybe we can adjust that condition to say that there will be no overnight parking on that site. That way there would be no vehicles left there, which may entail people wanting to get into the site to see if there's anything in those vehicles. That may be one way around it. My other question has really been answered, Mr. Evans, earlier when I was talking about Councillor Rampton stated that the site was being used at the moment for works, and if that is the case, I was wondering where the people that are working there are parking now, and where are these contractors still parking at this moment in time?
Mr. Evans, did you want to come in?
Chairman, I think one of the councillors mentioned earlier, I believe there has been some kind of park and ride or busing of contractors onto the site in the past, so I don't have the full details in front of me. And to come back to the councillor on that question of no overnight car parking, the provisions in condition 3, temporary car park hereby approved shall only be used by contractors involved in construction works being undertaken in queue. Sorry, wrong one. I'm leading you into the wrong condition. There you go. Notwithstanding the details included in the submitted design and access statement, so I'm on condition 2 now, the operational hours of the temporary car park hereby permitted shall be between 7:30 and 6:30 Mondays to Fridays. I'd be quite content to make that more explicit. That's implicit that it shouldn't be used outside of those hours, but I'd be quite content to make it more explicit and precise that nor should any vehicles be left outside of those hours on the site. And I think that's a wholly appropriate modification to the condition to make it more enforceable and more precise. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I appreciate that. I just think if you leave vehicles, particular builders' vehicles, in car parks, it does give the temptation for people to want to go in there, causing more antisocial behaviour, which is one of the things we're obviously trying to get rid of. One of my other things is on the condition with regard to the length of the time the site is in use. The condition states that it will be used for the 15-month period, but returned back to use within 1 month of the end of that 15-month period. Personally, I would like to see it that the site is returned back to use by the end of the 15-month period, especially as the ongoing works are going on now. So personally, I can't see them carrying on for that 15-month period. So to all intents and purposes, they get an extra month's use out of that site. We know what builders are like. They don't always get finished on time. Before we know it, that 15 months has turned into 16 months, and then they'll need another month to get the site back to normal. So I'm just wondering if we can have the temporary use up to final and returned to previous use by the end of the 15-month period.
Chairman, I suggest that the issue that we face with that is, again, it comes back to the tests of what's appropriate with the condition, and being reasonable with the condition is one of the tests. And it's quite often the case that with projects of this kind, I would suggest that, for instance, the lighting columns may be owned by third parties who will have to come and collect them. The harass fencing will take time to take down and remove. And what is reasonable in terms of at the end of that period to put it back to the condition it was before, which will require the removal of the fences, removal of the various mitigation measures, the removal of the light columns. I'd suggest that if we were to seek to enforce a condition that doesn't allow a reasonable period of time to reinstate the site at the end of the permitted operational use, that would perhaps be an unreasonable condition, and I would encourage the committee to, as is normal practice, to allow that period at the end of the operational period to allow the restoration and remove the restoration of the site back to its original condition, and the removal of, possibly by third party, hired or third party equipment. I'd suggest a month as a reasonable period, and I would discourage you from making a cliff face that the use has to cease and the same day it has to be restored back to its original condition.
Thank you for that, Mr. Evans. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I bring in Mrs. Barrable?
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to pick up on what Doug's just clarified a little bit. Because the permission, if granted, would be for a 15-month period, it would be unreasonable to not extend that to allow them to put back the land as to when it was. You couldn't do it within that 15-month period because they could be working and doing whatever right up till the last day of that 15-month period. So the reasonable period has to be added on to the end. And I think Doug had just clarified at the end of what he was speaking. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points of clarification. We've been asked we've been informed that there are better ways of providing this parking, but of course we're only being asked to look at this particular scheme. So we really have to ignore the suggestion that there is a better way of doing it. But I've got a question on the highways leading up to the proposed parking area. And I'm not sure if it's said in the report, I can't remember seeing it, but are there any parking restrictions, double yellow lines or limited waiting or whatever throughout the rest of the roads immediately before the parking area?
Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, did you want to come in?
Sorry, Chairman, I did come in, but my mic had gone off again. Sorry. You may have seen my lips move, but no sound coming out. Just to reiterate, I can't speak for the entire area around the university in Talbot Village, although you have heard from members earlier that there are quite extensive parking restrictions around Talbot Village because of the issues associated with the university. What I can say is that at the entrance to the site and the approach to the Bund, and bear in mind that, as I said, there are no other private access points off here other than the cul-de-sacs that go off, so there's no private drives under it, but the whole of this area, I believe, is single yellow line daytime parking restrictions.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I just come back on that then?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it does open the thought, and I agree with Councillor Stribley on this. If contractors can get nearer the site, that's where they're going to park. They won't be wanting to walk any additional distances when they might be able to park nearby. And of course, the single lines only provides restrictions over certain periods, and I don't know what they would be. But if there was a possibility that the site, excluding this parking area, or the roads leading to it, could have a lot of additional parking going on there, even illegal, I might suggest. So, I mean, it is probably, when you've got a large development, it's generally a bit of a luxury to have somewhere for contractors to park, and it's normally something that would be welcomed. Now, so the question in my mind is, what is the harm actually arising by using this area for parking? Now, there's been two main areas, or three areas of harm. One is the light, which I think has been explained quite reasonably. The mitigation against the lighting is quite good because the lighting is effectively pointing away from the residential area. But the area of noise is one area which I don't think has been covered completely, although I think the planning officer said that there was limited to 50 dBs. But I think I heard one of the ward councillors quote a figure of 95 dB coming from the lighting generators. Now, so again, it's a bit like the last issue we had. What is the truth of the matter? Because 95 dBs is fairly significant. Now, if the planning officer could just give some reassurance that actually the 50 dBs is attainable with a diesel that can produce 95 dBs, well, fine. But I think it does need to be explained, because that could be an area of concern. But apart from that, I don't have any real objections to the scheme.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Evans, did you want to come back on that?
Yes, Chair. If I could draw members' attention to, make sure I get my numbers right this time, condition number 6, which is a condition that addresses the minutiae of the nature of the lighting equipment, which talks about. Am I in the right one? Yes, condition 6. Sorry. There are detailed light specification sheets associated with the particular pieces of kit that are intended to be used on there. Temporary car parking lights shall use lights compliant with specifications, and it sets out a relevant specification with a colour temperature of 3000 K or less in order to comply with the BATS and artificial lighting in the UK Institute of Lighting Professionals guidance. The light towers shall be erected in the locations specified, so again, it concerns and angled in such a way as to avoid glare and light trespass into neighbouring roads, residential properties and Highmore Farm. The lights, together with the generators hereby approved, shall only be switched on during the operational hours of the temporary car park, 7:30 AM to 6:30 PM, Monday to Friday, and not at weekends, bank holidays or other public holidays. And when the lighting is in operation, the measured sound level generated by the lighting equipment at the nearest noise-sensitive premises, which is the nearest houses, shall not exceed 50 decibels. Now, on the previous application, we were talking about 30 decibels, which one of the councillors helpfully pointed out how low that is as a background noise level. Here, because the intended operating hours are during the daylight hours, prescribed daylight hours, rather than into the late evening and the early hours of the morning, 50 decibels is the appropriate and enforceable standard of noise attenuation. And whilst the units might, like many things, be capable of producing more noise, they will be required not to do so. So they will be have to be operated in a manner that is in accordance with the provisions of that policy. I'm sure if this scheme is permitted and is operated, I would suggest there will be a high level of scrutiny of compliance with these various requirements. So a set of precise, enforceable, reasonable conditions, I would suggest is key to any permission that we give on this side, and that permission is very specific, very explicit about what is an acceptable level of noise and light. And the reason, again, to go back into that condition, it's to ensure that species are protected under the Wildlife and Countryside Act, are not harmed, and also to protect the neighbouring residential development from excessive noise and light pollution in accordance with policy PP27 of the Poole Local Plan. So it's a very detailed and explicit way of protecting the amenities of nearby residents and ensuring that there is no harm to the habitat beyond the least possible level. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I have 3 more councillors indicating that they wish to speak. Can I ask, we've debated this for a while now, that they discuss new points and not points that we've been over and answered, unless there's a new angle to them. So let's go, Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. New points. If committee is minded to approve this, can I suggest one extra condition? That the contractor to be responsible to keep the site clear of all litter and rubbish at all times. Otherwise, who are we putting on the onus on that on? Somebody has to. If this is contractor sites, they go back to have their lunch, they're filling a can out of the window. I'm not saying they would, but we know how quickly some sites can be spoilt by 1 or 2 people being careless. And my other comment is on the enforceability of it. Unfortunately, I know too many sites, certainly around the Borough of Poole, where we've got conditions and enforcement simply does not happen. And it's all very well saying, well, you can enforce it, but actually you've got the problem before you need to start enforcing it, and then you're fighting a losing battle quite often. So I'm not very happy with saying we can just say that and they'll have to do it because otherwise we'll enforce it. I think we could, if we put a clearing of litter on the site, we could stop the use of the site if they don't keep it clean. We don't want rubbish and stuff littering the site, possibly harming the environment there or blowing off elsewhere. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. It's just really confirmation. So the way I understand it, this is a hard-standing road which has been in place for 20 years. Could the officer confirm what would need to be done to build this out? Is there an extent application?
It's somewhat complicated by the habitat regulations. It's not capable of being built out as residential in compliance with the habitat regulations because of its proximity to the Dorset heathland. So whilst works had commenced, and you would normally expect that an extant permission, very similar to the Broadstone scenario, an extant permission once started, you could build it out at a later date. In the case of this, that permission has effectively gone away because it would not be in compliance with habitat regulations if it proceeded beyond this. Creating new dwellings within 400 metres of the heathland would not be possible to demonstrate that new homes within 400 metres of the heathland would not, it's a double negative, would not impact on the adjacent European site. So no, it will not be housing, hence its reassignment in the pool local plan and in the Talbot Village supplementary planning document arising from policy PP21 of the local plan, hence its allocation for alternative uses that are compatible with being that close to the protected heathland. So nothing more will happen in terms of residential on that site, other than as allowed for in the policy, which is care provision.
Okay, thanks for that. That's my understanding. But I think a lot of objections relate to nature, which I think our conditions address. And for me, it's already an existing hard standing, which, although animals might be grazing, they're unlikely to be grazing on hard standing. So fencing it off protects them, parking can be allowed, grazing can continue, and the conditions seem to keep noise and light and security of a site. So I'm happy to propose a set out with that additional condition of Councillor Stribley's.
Thank you, Councillor.
Chairman, excuse me, could I just come back on Councillor Mr. Stribley's extra condition on the keeping the site tidy and litter? I'm sure that the applicants and landowners are listening into the conversation and debate that you've been having, and I have a certain amount of reluctance in having the council take on responsibility for the tidiness of the site in that way, because we would be getting into a condition that would be very imprecise. What constitutes litter, what constitutes untidy? I think I would be a lot happier if that was, having heard your debate, if that was something that the operators and the landowners were to address, rather than placing that responsibility on the local planning authority as a monitoring regime. Thank you, Chairman.
That makes sense. Yeah, happy with that.
Chairman, with respect, if I could come back on that.
Okay, Councillor Stribley, yeah.
Mr. Evans just said, well, we can have a condition on it which could be enforced. This could be enforced. We know exactly what we mean by litter. You know, anything dropped from somebody's vehicle, whether it's a big deposit or not. If the developer is not responsible for it, the council becomes responsible by default. So I don't see a problem with making it a condition.
Mr. Evans, do you want to?
I can only refer you to my previous statement, John. It would make for a, and I think it goes to the core of what I've been saying about precise, enforceable conditions. Is one cigarette packet dropped on the site a breach of that condition because that's litter? And is that a substantial breach? Would we be involved in monitoring that on a daily basis? Who's going to pick it up? Where does it come from? Has it originated from the operators? I think it's a condition. It's taken us into territory that we would not normally go into, it must be said. And I think it's more of a management issue than a planning enforcement issue, to be honest. But clearly that will be a matter for the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I'll bring in Mrs. Barrable.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Doug has just said what I was going to say at the end of what he was saying. I think also this would be an extremely difficult condition to enforce. I wouldn't want to be looking at advising people on the enforceability of it. So, you know, it is a pretty emotive subject as to what is tidy and what is untidy and where that litter has come from. If it's not come from the users of the site, it could have come from elsewhere. I can't really think how to explain it any better than probably Doug has at the end of what he was saying, but I wouldn't like to see that condition try to be enforced in the circumstances. If you look at that picture, I guess you could say that looks like a pretty untidy road at the moment, the one we've got in front of us, but it is what it is. So yeah, the definition would be very difficult to enforce, I would suggest.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrable. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Councillor Bartlett referred to back to the generator again and decibels, and I think Councillor Renton indicated a level of 90 decibels. 90 decibels is equal to a lawnmower noise. Of course, there could be 4 of them, and there could be several hours of this noise in the winter months, particularly. It is an issue or a concern, and I'm just wondering whether we can get clarification on the type of generator to be used, because there are lower or more protected machines available as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mellor, you want to come back on noise?
Yeah, just exactly on that point, Chair. The spec sheet submitted by the applicant say those generators, and there are 4 of them, have 93 decibel generators, are 93 decibels. So, Councillor O'Neill, specifying to have, lower decibel generators might be a course of action. Enforcement might be a course of action. But that's where my clarification was. That's where Councillor Rampton was coming from. It's the spec sheets provided by the applicants that say 93 decibel generators, and there are 4 of them.
Chairman, if I could perhaps come back in on that. Of course, when you're dealing with sources of noise, it's not the noise at the source that's the issue. Usually, it's the level of noise at the receptor point. So, standing next to the generators, they will be noisier than if you're standing or in one of the houses 30, 40, 50 meters away. So if I can just remind you of the condition, it says 50 decibels. In operation, the measured sound level generated by the lighting equipment at the nearest noise sensitive premises shall not exceed 50 decibels. So it may well be that the equipment itself is capable of producing more noise than 50 decibels, but at the point at which it would be measured and which it would be experienced by nearby residents, it shouldn't exceed 50. And that's how you would normally deal with the question of noise sensitive receptors at a distance, because of the fall off of noise over distance. So it's measured at the house rather than measured at the kit. We did have conversations about, because clearly they are diesel generators there, and I agree with the councillor that alternative solutions may be available. 4-stroke generators tend to be quieter than diesel generators, but the proposed equipment, which is very specific, they are particular units rather than generic lighting units. These units that are being proposed would meet the requirements in terms of the level of noise that they would give rise to when measured at the nearest sensitive location. Yes, they will be noisier if you stand next to them, but that's not really the issue, I'm afraid, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that we can only look into what's in front of us, but I just wonder why they haven't considered, or have they considered, littering of the site. I would tend to agree with Mr. Evans's response insofar as it would be tricky to have a planning condition that would be precise and enforceable, but just to remind members that they can take some comfort from the fact that other legislation, such as environmental health legislation, would also apply to a site like this. So if the site became unkempt and littered to the point that it was becoming an eyesore or a nuisance to neighbours, then obviously there are other legislation that the council could enact to ensure that the site is kept in a tidy manner.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Okay, shall we now go to the vote? I've got a proposal from Councillor Hilliard, seconded by Councillor Johnson, to accept the recommendations with the additional conditions as stated. Again, I should go to each councillor in turn. If you could state for, against or abstain when I call your name. Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett. For. Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Coverdin.
For.
Councillor Miller.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Stribley.
Against.
Myself, Councillor Bull, against. And can I just go back to Councillor Hall?
Against.
Thank
Hello?
you, Councillor. Mr. Tyler.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So to total up, the votes in favour for the motion was 7. That's 7 votes for the motion, and against was 7 as well. So there is parity in the votes.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Okay.
So, Chair, I'm very sorry. I made a mistake there. Just to go back to that.
That doesn't work. Yeah.
We have 2 councillors not attending, so it can't be more than 13, I would imagine.
That's correct. Thank you, Councillor Miller. So just to confirm, once again, I do apologise. The total number of votes for the motion was 6, and the total number of votes against the motion was 7. There were no abstentions, so I do apologise for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. So that application has been refused. Thank you. Moving on to the next application.
Chairman, excuse me. A couple of minutes, please, just because this next one's likely to go on for some time. Thank you.
Chairman,
Would you like a comfort break?
Chairman, you've lost a motion which was to approve the application. You need to have an alternative motion and make a decision on the current application, Chairman.
Of course we do. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. So as that motion has fallen, we need to have anyone proposing a motion to refuse the application. I'm happy to propose that myself. Can I have a seconder for that?
I second that, Chair.
Chairman, could you perhaps set out the reasons for the refusal, please?
The reasons are the environmental concerns, the effects on the neighbouring properties,
PP 21, PP 32.
32, I've got down here, PP 21.
Chairman, if you could perhaps be explicit, because I'm not seeing anything in PP 21 that would that addresses temporary car parking on the site. It's all about the innovation centre and the university. It does not deal with temporary use of the land.
But that site is still TV2, Doug, and that is still development, is it not?
Can I just remind you, Chairman, the actual policy says that the Heathland support area must be provided and open to the public before the delivery of development required by B to D. B is the innovation quarter, C is primary activities associated with the innovation quarter, and D is new housing in the area beyond the 400 metres. So there is no, the development that you've been considering doesn't trigger any of those requirements in respect. It's development, but it's not development that triggers the requirements under TV3 within the policy, Chairman.
It's not relevant development. Is that what you're saying?
It's not development of the kind described in the development as being the innovation quarter and the 25,000 square metres gross floor area, or uses that are demonstrably needed to support the primary use of the innovation quarter, or new housing in the area beyond the 400 metre Heathland buffer. They are the only things that trigger the TV3 area, I'm afraid, Chairman, in the policy.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. But Simon, Councillor Bull has provided sufficient other grounds, so are we able to move to the vote, please, Chair?
Yes, are you happy with that, Mr. Evans, that you have what you need?
Chairman, what I heard was environmental concerns. I'm not quite sure in terms of what impact, and effects on neighbours. Is that by reason of noise or light or disturbance, or perhaps if you could be more explicit?
Noise, light and disturbance.
Took the words out of my mouth.
and extraneous traffic through a residential area.
Chairman, on that point, I'd remind you that it's a public highway and it's potentially the access to 25,000 square metres of employment use. I think the additional traffic would be, in the absence of any clear, identified, substantial highway harm, which we have none, would be a difficult, if not impossible, position to defend in the absence of any expert evidence to the contrary.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Can you just bear with me while I check PP32? Thank you. I think my main concern is the biodiversity and lack of the ecological assessment for the whole area causes concern that these piecemeal developments ignore that overall picture.
Thank you, Chair.
If you want to add anything, Councillor Mellor, please do.
I think that's very sufficient, Councillor Ball. Thank you.
Okay. If we go to the votes to refuse the application, again, I should go to councillors one at a time again, for, against, or abstain, starting with Councillor.
For refusal of the application, Chair, is that correct? Yeah.
That's right, yes, for refusal of the application. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Hall.
Yes.
He's left us for tea.
Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Toby. Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Le Providine.
Against.
Councillor Mellor.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Hall. Are you unmuting yourself? Last call, Councillor Hall.
I pressed 4.
You pressed 4. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. And myself, Councillor Bull, 4. Mr. Tyler, can you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just making extra sure I've got it right this time. The total number of votes for the motion is 8. The total number of votes against the motion is 5, and there were no abstentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. So that motion is carried and the application is refused. Going on to the next application, is there appetite for a comfort break?
Chair, if you wouldn't mind, the next one could go on for some time. I'd like a couple of minutes, please.
Okay, so if we have another 10-minute comfort break.
Chairman, I agree we have to go on, but we've already reached the end of the scheduled meeting, and we did spend over an hour on the first relatively minor household application. I do think we're going to need to sharpen up our procedures if we're to go on with these sort of meetings.
Indeed, and members, it's up to you. I do ask you not to go over issues that have already been discussed.
I agree.
I know we do have clarifications, and we do need to take each application seriously and to give it the full airing. But yeah, we can sharpen up our responses and the time we take. Thank you, Councillor. If I adjourn for 10 minutes, coming back at 18:10, 10 past 6. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Planning Committee meeting on the 21st of May 2020. We shall go to item 6F, which is Winter Gardens. I'll just give Mr. Gould time to put the presentation on screen.
Thank you, Chairman. Hopefully members will see the presentation come up on the screen shortly. Chairman, can you confirm?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. The next application relates to the site of the former Winter Gardens on Exeter Road in Bournemouth Town Centre. Members will have read the report in detail and seen all the representation that's been received. I will in a moment run members through the presentation and briefly introduce the scheme to help members appreciate the scheme in its context. Members will be aware that extant planning permission exists on this site, and whilst this minor material amendment application is a fresh application, the principle of the redevelopment of the site and the substantive issues relating to layout, scale, bulk and massing have been dealt with under the previous planning application. This application proposes a fairly long list of amendments, and these are set out in detail in the case officer's report. Paragraph 5 of the report provides a useful summary of the proposed amendments. I would also draw members' attention to paragraph 3 of the report and the update that has been provided to this table in the addendum sheet. It's not my intention to focus on all the proposed amendments in this presentation, but I will draw out the key changes to aid members in their deliberations. Okay, so moving on to the presentation. So members should be able to see on the screen in front of them the site outlined in red, located in the centre of Bournemouth Town Centre. And by way of context, members will note that we have close to the site the Hilton Hotel, the BH2 leisure development, and obviously to the south of the site we have the BIC. And here we can see the site with the perimeter of trees around, and then this frontage to Exeter Road. Taking a slightly closer look at the site, we can see that the site is extensively covered in hard landscaping because the site has in recent history been used as a car park. Just taking a look at a 3D aerial view, we can see by way of context we've got the BIC over to the south of the site. Here we have the Hilton Hotel, and here we have the BH2 leisure development. Just looking the other way now, back towards the east, we can see the Hilton Hotel here. We can see the BH2 development, the application site, and the BIC. Moving down to street level, we can see the application site from Exeter Road looking towards the BIC roundabout. So the red line shows the edges of the site, and here's the junction with Cranbourne Road, and obviously the site goes up there. On the left we have the BH2 leisure development. Moving along towards the BIC roundabout, looking back from where we were just stood, we see the Hilton Hotel, and we can see the site here and the junction of Cranbourne Road just at the foot of the Hilton Hotel. Moving further along Exeter Road, outside the BIC, looking back towards the site, we can see the BIC roundabout, we can see Priory Road coming down the hill. This is the application site here, and again we can see the Hilton Hotel in the distance, and we can see the Royal Exeter Hotel here on the right. Moving up Priory Road and looking back down the hill towards the BIC, we can see the application site here, the Royal Exeter Hotel at the bottom of the hill. This is a neighbouring property to the development and doesn't form part of the application site, but so that will stay. Moving along Priory Road to the junction with Tregonwell Road, we can see an existing break in the built form. So you will get views of the development through that vista. Moving along Tregonwell Road to the junction with Cranbourne Road, we can see
that this part of the site is heavily treed around its perimeter. And moving down Cranbourne Road and turning around looking back up the hill, we note the trees, and this is obviously the point where one of the vehicular accesses to the private car park will come in as previously approved. Moving to a photograph within the site, we can see that the car park is extensive covering of hard landscaping. And then moving on through to the plans, we can see a number of buildings. There's 4 blocks in total, referred to in the report as Block A and Block A2, but they are linked. Block B, Block C and Block D. Moving on to the elevations, we can see Block A1, which is the southern elevation which faces the big roundabout. Again, members will have these drawings in their packs. Turning around the corner onto Exeter Road, again we can see the taller element of Block A1 that sits as the hinge on the corner, and then we see the building drops in scale. And as we move along the Exeter Road frontage, we can see eventually we get to the end where this section of the building fronts the piazza. In the background we can see the taller element up towards the Vic. Moving on to look at the rear of the sections of building that front Exeter Road here, and this would be the view you get coming down Priory Road, down the hill, and again a slightly wider section of the rear of Block A2 fronting Exeter Road. Typical floor plan, this is the section of building on the corner, and then moving on to the section of A2. And then moving slightly back into the site, we've got Block B. We have the south and north elevations, and we also have the east elevation, the west elevation. Floor plan for Block B. Block C, so this building is turned around compared to Block B, so the taller element here, well, the more vertical element is on the northern side, and then the tiered elevation faces south. Again, we've got the east and west elevations, and we have the typical floor plan. Finally, we've got Block D. This block is located at the rear of the site. We have the front elevation and the rear elevation, and then we have the side elevations. And then we have the typical floor plan. Can I just confirm that you can hear me still?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Because when you're in presentation mode, we are blind, as it were. So I've given you the PowerPoint presentation. So just to briefly summarise the changes. This proposal, this minor material amendment application, proposes an additional 26 residential units over and above obviously what was approved previously. So now there's a total of 378 units compared to 352 previously. The public car parking element remains the same at 225 spaces. The private car parking element for the flats is reduced from 369 spaces to 297. But this is still compliant with the Bournemouth Parking SPD on the basis that all the spaces for the flats are on an unallocated basis. There is a reduction in the commercial floor space for the A1, A3, A3/A4 and B1 and B2 elements. This is due to a reduction in the extent of the below podium excavation that is now proposed. Members will note the figures from paragraph 3 in the report and then as amended in the addendum sheet. I would also point out to members know that whilst there is a reduction in these the commercial floor area elements, they remain within the range and the scope that was approved under the previous permission. The reduced leisure floor space, there is a reduction. but it is now relocated to arguably better locations within the building. Previously, the leisure uses were buried deep into the sort of the basements of the building, so they were arguably less desirable. So they've now been relocated. So whilst there is a reduction, arguably they've become more marketable, more saleable, and better for the end user. The reduced A1 element comes from the move from originally it was proposed to try and get a supermarket to go into the A1 element. But that has been changed and reduced because now they are targeting more of a convenience store size offering. That is because of the limited opening hours that apply to supermarkets, especially on Sundays, which don't apply for the smaller convenience stores. There are a number of cosmetic changes proposed, and these are set out in detail in the report block by block. Chairman, there are a number of components to this application, but having considered them in detail and the officer secured a number of improvements to the scheme, we feel comfortable that the application still satisfies policy within the local plan, and therefore the officer's recommendation is to grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. I shall now refer to the following written statements which have been received. In objection, none. In support are Mears. Unless anyone indicates otherwise, I'll assume that all committee members have received this statement and taken it into account. Okay, thank you. I have Ward Councillor, Councillor Mike Green. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I continue to welcome the development here at the Winter Gardens. It's exactly the part of town where we should be intensifying our residential development. It's very sustainable, and it's very much what we've been after. And now, inevitably, there's going to be some crossover between what I talk about now and the Cabinet meeting for next week. And I do recognise that each application has to be looked at its merit, on its own merit. However, as we've seen from the report, the previous approval is relevant as a planning consideration. So I think it's fair that we should ask planning board members to look at the two in comparison. I've actually got no problem at all with the increase in the number of flats. In fact, I welcome it. But the reductions that we've seen in other uses to accommodate that is actually very unwelcome. In particular, the retail use, the supermarket was going to be convenience store, as we're told it is now. That's a third of the space that we were told was going to be available for A1. For the A3 and D2, they're right down at the bottom of their ranges. Mr. Gould pointed out they're still within their ranges from the last application, but right down at the bottom. The A3, A4 use has halved, and the B1 use has halved as well. So I would suggest that the definition of mixed-use development, although it's residential-led, is being stretched right to its limit on this one. And I would ask members to consider whether the planning brief is really being met in a way that was visualised. Secondly, I think we have to recognise that with these reduction in the various class uses, the unprofitable ones, they have a significant effect on the amenity value of the development to those other than the residents and the developers themselves. And while profitability in itself isn't a planning consideration, it is relevant to the planning obligations that come from it. Now, we know the reducing down the unprofitable part of it is going to be a money spinner for the developers. So is the 26 extra flats, a very big increase in the profitability, and the right not to have to build the 74 underground car parking spaces is a massive boost to the profitability. So I would have expected that with all this huge amount of profit being added, that we'd have seen a much bigger contribution, whether it's to affordable housing or it's the provision of a better public plaza, because that was very much at the minimum of what was accepted last time, or the contribution to the Grand Garden Walk. But actually we haven't seen any of that at all. All we've seen is the profitability increasing. And so I would ask, as it is a material consideration, for planning board members to look very carefully at the district valuer's assessment of this scheme and the one of the approved scheme, compare the two and decide whether this genuinely is still providing what we hoped it would provide. Lastly, I think that planning board really should look at the number of car parking spaces that are available for public parking. The area action plan allows for one-for-one replacement. The original planning brief, I believe, did as well. I didn't accept last time that saying that the additional spaces have been provided in BH2, when BH2 has its own use as well, and it itself replaced a car park. I didn't accept that that was okay. I still don't believe that, and I don't think it's right if you're told that you can't revisit that. You are being asked to revisit the use of the buildings. You're being asked to allow a reduction in all those public amenity elements of it. You're being asked to revisit the number of units that are available for residential. So I believe that you should also be able to review whether it was right that those 175 car parking spaces should be removed. Last time, as those who are sitting on the planning would know, a balanced decision was reached. This time, there have been a number of changes, all to the adverse for the amenity for residents and visitors of the town centre. So what I would ask you to do is to consider whether that balance has now been tipped over, because I think it might have been. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. We just mentioned that Councillor McCormack and Councillor Trent have rejoined us, and Councillor Hall have left us for this afternoon. Okay, I have on to speak Councillor Stribley.
Sorry, Chairman, I was having difficulty unmuting myself, and there was some playback on your voice. Then it sounded as though you were speaking through a bubble glass or something. So I don't know if anybody else has that problem. I have to say I largely agree with the ward councillor on this one. I don't have a problem with the additional flats going in, but I don't see any justification for the huge drop in car parking provision. I guess, yes, it may be about pounds, shillings and pence, and the developers are thinking, well, they can get away with this one. But quite honestly, we are planning for the future. We are looking at the next 50 years or more that this site will be occupied by what is proposed today or is likely to be. And I believe we should provide not just the minimum that is required, but an absolute well over that level is for the future. More people will, for locally, walk and cycle, that's undoubted, but most people who can afford to live on the site will probably also own a car, which will spend most of its life parked somewhere within the site, preferably in underground car parks. And I refer to the United States. I know it's a bit out of reach. They're not short of ground there, but every building, virtually 100 floors or whatever it might be, has all its car parking down below in the basement. It's quite remarkable. It doesn't spread its parking over the surface of the area, although they're not short of land like we might consider we are. I'm not at all happy about the reduction in parking that's proposed here. Sorry, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually never thought I would see this application site come up before me again, having refused it 3 times in my previous role as chairman of this planning board, and on the last time it was a very finely balanced decision as to whether it was granted or not. I find it incredibly disappointing that yet again a project that was passed just has now come back and been watered down against what the previous planning board acceptance was given. I just find that so unbearably negative of the developers. A couple of things I just want to come back for. Have we had this reassessed by the DV, District Valuer, for the new amount of apartments that are coming in, the lack of funding that will need to be used to dig out the basement? The next one is the supermarket scheme. Supermarkets are allowed to open 24/7 apart from Sundays. Why does that necessitate having a convenience store? If we're looking to get people out of their cars, as we are as a council in one way or another, then surely having a supermarket in that area will be much more advantageous to other local residents in the Westcliff area, not just those living there. And again, parking provision. There was a shortfall of parking before this scheme, as under the previous numbers, and yet again it's reduced even more. I just do not believe that we can continue to take these reductions in parking spaces in the town centre. We are already about to lose the Durley Road car park, which was one on appeal, just. So this is yet more parking that is not being replaced under the provisions of the town hall. I can't really say much more about it at this time, Chairman, but at this moment in time, I'm not likely to be supporting this, but I am still open to listening to what other members have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Gould, did you want to come back at this point? Mr. Gould? No?
Can we hear the other councillors first, Chairman?
I think we'll have to. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, as much as I agree with the previous councillors in that I don't think that the overall scheme has been improved by what's there, whilst obviously more flats, more residential opportunities like this are of a benefit, on the whole I think the benefits of the scheme have been reduced by the cut down in parking. However, I believe that, as Mr. Gould said, things like the parking still meet our standards, and I think that I'd be hard pressed to find a material planning reason to refuse this, as much as I don't particularly like what's been done to it here with these additions and reductions variously across the site. I'd be hard pressed to find a material planning reason that I would be comfortable using to reject this, and I think it's going, for me, it has to come down to black and white policy, and whilst I'm open to hearing other interpretations, personally I just can't see a reason to refuse this, as much as I might not like it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I have some concerns. Just for points of clarification, Officer Gould referred to parking from 369 down to 297, and yet I have a document that just confirms 295, a small point. My main concerns are really, some of them being touched upon, is we're seeing an extension, or a 7% extension to the number of apartments, and yet a 20% reduction in the number of parking spaces. As Councillor Stribley also stated, I'm very concerned about the loss of parking in this area, not just from a residential point of view, but we have to remember the summer months, and this is a very busy area. The other comment I would make is that the loss of space on the supermarket is also a concern, because the space given, I think, would actually better meet the foot traffic that will come from the development itself, and again, tourists throughout the seasonal months. The last thing I would ask of Officer Gould is, with the addition of the 26 apartments, will all apartments be at the national standard for space or not?
Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Apologies for that. Somehow my microphone had gone onto mute, and I'm not aware of that when I'm in presentation mode. Okay, I have heard, continue to hear all the comments from members. So if I may just come back on them member by member. So we heard from Councillor Green first, and he talked about the reduction in the commercial floor space across the development. You'll recall in my presentation I said that yes, there is a reduction, but those reductions still remain within the tolerances that were approved under the previous application. There's been a bit of focus on the A1 sort of retail element and reference to the convenience store. It's not for me to suggest the ultimate motivation as to why that has come forward by the applicant, but I think members should be mindful of the fact that convenience stores, the way that retail outlets, supermarkets have operated in recent years, is that the bigger ones tend to be on the outskirts of the town, and the smaller ones tend to be in the town centre locations. And again, this may have something to do with people's shopping needs and the availability of parking, or it may have something to do with the opening hours. But I think members shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we have a town centre at the moment where the retail sector has been struggling, and maybe a slight shrinking in terms of the offer makes it more viable, especially, as I say, in the context of a struggling retail zone. We talked about the Councillor Green raised an issue around the viability. I'm not an expert in viability. I'm not RICS trained. I'm a planning officer, but what I can tell you is that the scheme has been reassessed by our independent assessor, that's the district valuer, and that overall the DV agree with the figures and assertions that have been put into the appraisal, and that they conclude that the scheme, notwithstanding the uplift in the number of residential units in the current climate, is marginally viable. Moving back to the next point, we heard a concern around a reduction in the public car parking element. As I mentioned in my presentation, the scheme remains compliant with the adopted Bournemouth Parking SPD. And I think members shouldn't lose sight of the fact that, maybe looking to the future, where there's a pressure to move towards more sustainable modes of transport, that actually we might in the future be looking at reduced parking levels in the town centres anyway. So again, I refer members back to the fact that in policy terms it is compliant with our SPD. Councillor Kelsey raised an issue around the district valuer, and the answer is yes, it has been reassessed. Again, comments were made around the supermarket and parking, and I feel like I've addressed those. And finally, Councillor O'Neill raised the question around the flats and their sizes. I don't have a breakdown of every flat, but what I can tell members is that in the extant scheme, there were a number of flats that fell below the technical standards. So I must stress that the council hasn't formally adopted those technical standards, but we do use them as a good benchmark. What I can tell members now is that in percentage terms, the previous scheme, 21% of the flats were below the technical standards, although a high number of those that fell below were only below by approximately 1 square metre. Under the current proposals, 22% fall below the technical standards, so that's an increase of only 1%. And again, of those that fall below, a significant number of them, I think it's 26, are only below by 1 metre. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's worth remembering that this is a major town centre development, and it has a strategic aim, and certainly it was part of the town centre vision of Bournemouth Borough Council, and as Councillor Kelsey has mentioned, that's why it took so long to get to a position whereby it met those aims and that strategic vision. And I think he used the phrase watered down, which is very good, and describes it. And I think that the ward councillor, Councillor Green, is quite right. Is this the balance of retail and housing that Bournemouth Council desired, that it aimed for, and what it wanted to see? And we have to be very careful, I think, that we don't end up with a housing estate rather than a mixed-use development. And Councillor Johnson said he was struggling with it in terms of policy. I think this is a major development, and we can look at things slightly different. And if it's going this way and it is being watered down and it's not what was envisaged for that site, and it doesn't fulfil the ambition of the town centre vision, then I will be struggling to support this too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Chairman, can I interrupt? There was an awful lot of background noise when Councillor Dunlop was speaking, and I could hardly follow some of her argument. I think it was coming from Mr. Gould's department, but I'm not certain.
We'll check that everyone has their microphones muted while they're not speaking. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Before I talk about the actual, I'd just like to go back a little bit into the first application, because we've seen quite a substantial number of changes, I think, in here, and although they're regarded as minor, they are collectively quite significant overall to what's now being proposed. I think it's also worth saying that the previous application was considered, I think, only by a very few, I think it was only six members of the board, which normally had at least 11 members. And that I think that there were 4 basically agreed to the original proposal, and 2 were against it. But of course, five members of the planning board were not even there, which was sort of a bit disappointing, given this is probably the biggest development in the town centre for many years. And so I just want to put that in context about its previous approval. So, you know, there wasn't 100% before. There were very few people actually on the board, and there was a difference of opinion of those. Although, to be fair, yes, it was granted on the basis of the numbers of people that were available. So, just looking at the application that it now is, although it's minor and the principle of the development has already been established, there are still some fairly significant changes to what's been previously approved. And looking at the flats, for example, is increasing by around 7.4% in numbers, from 352 to 378, I think. It's a lot more housing. The retail use has reduced significantly by around 63 and 61%, something like that. The office space has been reduced by about 47%, and the car parking reduced by about 20%. So there's been quite a shift in what's actually happened to this, what is termed a minor amendment. And I've got some, I'll come into a bit more detail on some of those points later on, but and I'll go through this rather than stop. And if if the planning officer wouldn't mind just making a note of some of the questions I'm going to come up with en route. I noticed that on in this plan there's no comment from the planning policy officer. Now, given the magnitude of this scheme, that would seem to be a bit remiss. One would have expected to have had a comment from the planning policy officer. Just moving on to the I'm going to keep it as short as I can, so I'm going to go past a lot of these points that I've made. I think this is a fairly important one, and this is about the size, and it was touched on just now about the national living standards for apartments, and previously there were 75 flats in the development were under the national standard, and I know it's just been mentioned, but there's still a considerable number of the apartments are still below those standards. So I wonder if you could get a little bit more detail on that. And that's at paragraph 57. Paragraph 60, which talks about loss of trees. Well, I do recall that there was around 70 trees that were being lost under the original application, something like that. But what they're saying now is that the impact of the changes is not significantly greater impact, but it is a negative. Also, the soft landscaping is not significantly lesser, but it is less. And this is the next point. It's on parking. Now, one thing that has been missed out is that the parking failed to take account for the loss of the 196 parking spaces from the original NCP car park, which is, of course, now where the development opposite it now accommodates. So, to say that parking for this particular site can be taken up by the BH2 development, I really can't see that, because originally on that site, BH Live site, there was 196 parking spaces, and now there's 195. So there's less parking now than what there was originally, and yet for some reason we can take that 175 spaces as a credit against the requirement for 400 spaces required in the Bournemouth, the planning document for this particular site. So I'm at a loss to see how the parking requirement is now whittled down to what it is. I'd also be interested to hear what the split now is for the number of the parking places that we've now got, how that is actually derived, because I can only imagine it must be unallocated parking for all of the flats that are going in there. I need to understand that a little bit better, I think. Just going on to the affordable housing contribution, I've noticed that the affordable housing contribution remains the same. Not quite sure why it should remain the same, and it's fairly small at the moment, but given that there's a significantly increased number of sales, less cost, increased profit, increased viability, so the affordable housing contribution surely should be increased. And it is fairly small beer, actually. I think it's not a huge amount of money, given the size of the development. Just going back to the policy for the town, what we're saying, the Winter Gardens development, it must provide a significant element of leisure, cultural and entertainment use. Now, what we've actually got is a contribution to the leisure of about 6%, but we don't have any cultural or entertainment use. So it's contrary to the original Winter Gardens planning policy. it must provide a 400 space public car park. Well, it doesn't do that, and the basis of that was because they were taking credit for the BH2 development opposite, when actually you shouldn't be taking credit for it at all, because as I said, it's got less parking there than it was before the place was built. It also says that it should respect the listed Royal Exeter Hotel and its setting and the setting of the West Cliff and Four Hill Conservation Area. Well, we understand that there was an impact on that, and it didn't actually respect that, and that's been understood, but it was deemed to be acceptable. The building should have a height of 6 stories on Exeter Road frontage. I think it's in contrary to that. I think it's 15 stories. All the trees and surrounding vegetation should be retained. Well, we've already, as I said, I think we're going to lose about 70 odd trees. But so there's, I know there's going back on the history of it, but this is a new application, so I think it's just revisiting some of those issues. So whilst I think overall it does offer a lot of pluses for the town, I do think that it's missing out on the all-rounded contribution that the development should be making to the town, and particularly some of these changes I think are actually having a negative effect on what the potential for the whole town actually could be. So I think I've probably come to the end of my ramblings, so I'll hand it on to Simon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're asked to look at the minor material amendments, not the actual merits of the development, which has already been previously agreed. Now, I understand, obviously hearing from previous Bournemouth councillors, it was sold as positioned as a mixed use, and I think, as we've seen in the last 3 years, the Bournemouth town centre has changed dramatically. A lot of properties on the Westover Road, obviously cinemas, are vacant, and other big properties along Old Christchurch Road. So I think it is, from a developer point of view, and obviously Savills know the market well, the mixed use has to be flexible. We've got to take a flexible approach, and yeah, it still gives a lot of mixed use. It still gives the restaurants, it still gives the convenience store. As we've heard from the officer, town centre is more convenience rather than a big superstore, and there are other food retail supermarkets, Lidl's and Tesco's have Express. So there is alternative buying powers. So, and then the other big aspect is the parking reduction. But obviously we are moving towards a carbon neutral towns, and we're obviously been looking at how people use other methods of transport, public transport, and this is, again, it's a city centre, town centre location where many people might not have a car, they will use public transport, and the parking provision does meet policy. So on balance, I'm happy to propose as set out.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I ask for a seconder, Councillor Providine's waiting to speak.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot of the members of the committee have been living with this site and possible developments and plans for a long time. Some of us have come to it much newer and possibly seeing it a bit different. I don't know, not better or worse, but different. And the things that strike me, well, let's go with the good things as far as I'm concerned. The change to all electric heating and lighting, and particularly the solar generation and the rainwater collection, they're all positives in my sight. I'm concerned that maybe quantity is overruling quality on the number of flats, that since there is obviously more space under these plans available for accommodation, that it was a good chance to make the flats of a size to meet the national minimums. I appreciate that most of them are not very far under. I mean, what's a square metre between friends? But even so, it was a chance to do something about that shortfall. I'm concerned about the parking because, as I think it was Councillor Stribley said, in this location, a lot of people will be car owners, but only intermittent car users, and therefore will be wanting to essentially garage their cars and leave them on site. But if they can't actually get on site, that's going to be a long-term issue. My other concern is the supermarket. As a poor resident coming into Bournemouth now and then, for years my grouse was that the big hole in the retail provision was food shopping. Now that has been addressed more recently by the Tesco's in the town centre, but against that is the closure of Marks and Spencer's food hall. So I still think there's a big shortfall on basic food shopping provision, and to have a supermarket on this site, although maybe not a very good location for some people coming into town, at least would have sought to remedy that to some extent. So I would find a convenience store possibly a bit inadequate. But those are, I suppose, in many ways quite minor things, and overall I'm not sure that I can really vote against this.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Bartlett and Councillor Stribley. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wonder if Planning Officer could talk about the car parking numbers, because I look back at the original application and there was no mention about the loss of the original car parking where the BH2 site actually is now. Because if you took that into account, you could make no allowance whatsoever for reducing the numbers of car parking required for this particular development, which was set at 400. But that was reduced to 225 because apparently BH2 development had 175 parking slots. But of course, we'd already lost, I think it was 196 slots, something like that. So, and there was no mention of that loss of parking. So
we'll ask him to look at that.
Yeah, we're double counting on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stribley, and then Mr. Perrins has asked to come in. So, Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the debate's raised a number of concerns in my mind. Could the officer please confirm how many flats are below the national minimum in size? I think you said the 26 were something like 1 metre below, but how many are below the national minimum?
Are you happy for me to come back, Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hi, Simon. Thank you, Councillor Stribley. I mentioned earlier that comparing to the extant approval, where 21% of the flats fell below the technical standards, so that I think that was 75 units of the 352. On the current scheme, there's 378 units proposed in total, and it's 22% below, notwithstanding that 26 of those fall below by 1%. But so that equates to 86 units falling below the technical standards. But as I say, in comparison terms, it's a 1% increase.
Thank you for that. Well, that does make me really concerned. National minimum standards are exactly that. They are minimal. And when you are in a minimum sized flat, 1 square metre makes a heck of a difference. You can stand a double wardrobe in 1 square metre. There's all sorts of things you can do in 1 square metre. You can have your desk or your mini office in 1 square metre, and say that 86 units out of 378, 22% are below national standards, I think is outrageous. We're talking about slums for the future. I don't mind the extra 26 flats. I do mind the fact that we're getting even more below standard. And if the site will accommodate 22 more or 26 more flats, there is no reason why it shouldn't still accommodate the parking which was originally proposed. So I really am afraid I don't like this one at all. And I think we should turn it down on the, if nothing else, on the fact that too many flats are below the national minimum standard. And that should mean minimum standard. Anything below that should simply be not acceptable. If we were talking about one or two who were a few square inches below minimum, I would be happy with that. But we're told a few of them are only 1 square metre less than the minimum. But that means a lot of them are more than 1 square metre less than the minimum. I think it's outrageous.
Thank you, Councillor. I will point out that we don't actually, we're not signed up to the national minimum standard sizing, which is something I hope will be addressed in the future. Can I ask Mr. Perrins?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to seek to reassure members in this debate somewhat. I heard a mention about watering down of the proposals. This isn't a watering down, it's essentially minor changes to the previously approved scheme. There are some changes, but those changes have been presented to us in order to secure a deliverable scheme. It's a very important strategic site, as we all know. The principal issues have been established on the previous outline. So this is very much framed and now seeking delivery for the scheme and to deliver a significant amount of residential in this very highly sustainable location. The proposals have been rigorously assessed by the officer and found to be acceptable. There are some changes in some of the uses, but again, that's framed at seeking a development which is in tune with the market as it is today, which is under some stress. So it's been a very carefully put together proposal in planning terms. It retains all the essence of the original scheme with some changes, and it's now focused on delivery. So I just wanted to highlight that point very quickly. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Perrins. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would just like to second Councillor Hilliard's motion to accept and move forward and grant this application as the officer puts out. I can't see a policy reason to refuse it. It meets the standards. However we may feel about the national minimum standards, at the moment we are not part of them. They do not form part of our. They cannot form part of our decision making at this present time, and I do believe that on basic policy grounds we cannot refuse this with good reason, with good material planning reason. So I will second Councillor Hilliard's move to grant this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have a motion on the table from proposed by Councillor Hilliard and seconded by Councillor Johnson to go with the officer's recommendation. Can I ask Mr. Gould to come in if there's anything he wishes to say at this point?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. A number of additional comments from members. Obviously, Mr. Perrins has also just given you a comment about the broader strategic nature of this application. But I just thought to sort of answer some of the questions that have been put forward by individual members briefly. So Councillor Bartlett raised a comment about the policy officer. We would routinely consult with our policy colleagues on applications, certainly of this nature and smaller. To put it into context, I think comments have been made about the town centre and how it's struggling in terms of the retail, the impact of on the retail zone. We've had retail studies commissioned and completed in the last year or so, which show that the town centre is struggling, and you only have to walk up and down
sort of Commercial Road or Old Christchurch Road, and you can see a number of vacant units. So this reduction in the quantum of commercial floor area is, as Mr. Perrin said, it's responding to sort of market conditions. There were comments made about the impact on trees. Looking at the comments made by the tree officer, there's no objection, and in fact I think that the language that is used is reasonably similar in nature. So we're comfortable as officers that we're still getting a high quality landscaping scheme out of this development, whilst also preserving a number of very important trees. There was reference to the allocated policy A31 of the Town Centre Area Action Plan by Councillor Bartlett. I would just remind members that in approving the extant permission, members approved the same types of uses. So I would feel like we're straying back into sort of previous territory on that particular point. Reference was made to the Royal Exeter Hotel, which, as we know, is grade listed. Arguably, these proposals improve the relationship to the setting of that building, because there's actually a slight reduction in some of the height of the building that's closest block A1, because we're at the lower ground floor level. We've gone from a sort of more grand 3-storey element to reduce to 2-storey. Moving on, Councillor Stribley obviously touched on the size of the units again, and I would just stress to members that the sizes of the units, and as you said, Chairman, the council hasn't formally adopted the technical standards, but as I said previously, we do use them as a benchmark. They're directly comparable in terms of percentage-wise to the extant scheme, but the actual sizes is just one consideration. We also need to consider the context as well. So whether we're getting high-quality units, we can note from the drawing in front of us that in between blocks B and C, there's a sort of a meaningful, fairly large communal garden area for the residents. A significant number of the units retain balconies, so they have an element of private outdoor amenity space. And also we're in a town centre location, so we're very close walking distance to the gardens, the beach, and the other amenities of the town centre. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. I have 2 more councillors who wish to speak, and then we'll go to the vote. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could the planning officer please respond to the issue about the parking, the overall parking requirement? As I said, the town centre lost 196 parking spaces when the BX2 development went up, and it replaced it with 175 places. So that meant there was a difference or a loss of 21 parking spaces. Yet for some reason, which is not explained, the BX2 development takes credit for 175 parking spaces out of the 400 spaces that is supposed to be provided with this development. When I added it up, we should have 421 spaces now allocated for the parking. When I looked at the old application, there was no mention of the loss of 196 parking spaces for the NCP car park that was built on to accommodate the BX2 development. So, you know, it seems to me that the loss of those parking spaces has never been taken into account, and yet credit is being taken for 175 spaces in the BX2 development, which has been deducted from the 400. So I really don't understand, you know, how this is compliant with the policy.
Chairman, are you happy for me to come back?
Yes, please, Mr. Gould.
Yeah, well, actually, Chairman, I'm hopeful that we've got the highway officer, Nick Helps, waiting in the wings. So this might be a good opportunity to invite Nick to respond to that, if possible.
Yes, indeed, if he's with us.
Hello, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So there's a couple of issues which have been raised, particularly by Councillor Bartlett. I mean, 2 things are at play here. There is the parking requirement which was set out in the Bournemouth Town Centre Area Action Plan, and then there's the parking requirement for the development itself. I could take them both separately. Mr. Gould has already talked about the Town Centre Area Wide Action Plan, in that the previous committee decision was that it did meet and it was acceptable. But Councillor Bartlett is correct. There was a figure of 400 in that plan, which we are going to, the public car park is going to be 220 spaces. If we were doing a planning policy document now, it might be slightly different than that 400. So things have moved on. And then if I look at the parking for the development itself, the previous application was a mixture of allocated and unallocated parking, and now that it's all unallocated parking, it exactly meets the standard, which is 0.7 spaces for a one bedroom flat and a studio flat, 0.8 spaces for a 2 bedroom flat. So in terms of development itself, it does meet fully the parking standard in the SPD.
Chair, can I come back on that one, please?
Please do, Councillor.
Could the officer then explain why the BH2 development is taking credit for 175 spaces from the 400 that is required under the town plan, under the Winter Gardens policy plan, when the BH2 development only supplied 175 spaces out of what was an original 176. The truth of the matter is that it has not been calculated and was not presented at the first planning application for the Winter Gardens development. It was just ignored, and for some reason which I just cannot understand, it was taking credit for 175 new places, making 225 acceptable for public parking on this development. It was omitted completely, and I think it was a mistake.
Mr. House,
Chairman, do you want to come back on that? So the members at the time of that, when this application was previously permitted, I think they gave the application an element of slack on this meeting this policy, and I don't know what was in their minds at the time of that meeting, but it does appear that the site didn't fully meet the policy, but it was still permitted.
Chair, can I just come back, please? The reason there was actually no discussion on it, because the loss of 196 spaces was never mentioned, and it's not even included in the original report. I believe it was a mistake, and it's carried on through now to public parking requirement being substantially under what is required. The 400 parking spaces is still needed.
Chairman, would you like me just to come back on one point?
Yes, please.
Part of the issue is about for the applicant is about the cost of building those underground parking spaces. They are very expensive. It's very expensive to re-provide parking in a basement, and the new scheme does have less parking because of the cost of providing those spaces. Now, the adopted Town Centre Area Action Plan that was adopted in 2013, what that sought to do with regarding parking was to develop and sell some of the smaller car parks and concentrate parking in some of the larger car parks. Now, we're currently going into a car parking review, and it's possible that the total number of spaces that's considered for Bournemouth Town Centre is going to be reviewed. So I would suggest that in the 7 years since the AAP was adopted, certain things have moved on, and the approach now might be different.
Might require more parking.
Yeah, can I just come back, Chair, please, on that?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Chair, but that was a very wishy-washy answer to a very direct point about the lack of parking. If you go back in history, I think we'll find that there was a set number of parking spaces required to be maintained in the town, and it was basically, and I think the number was set in 2016, and what they said was that provided the parking could be met at the existing number of parking spaces in the town, provided there were increases in public transport into the town. Otherwise, beyond 2016, there would have to be an increase in parking to cater for the additional traffic in the town. Well, the fact of the matter was that those improvements in public transport never materialised. In fact, they got worse. And so, as the policy suggested, from 2016, there should have been a fairly substantial and progressive increase in the amount of parking allowed in the town centre. So, contrary to that, what we're actually now seeing is a huge over-demand on parking in the town centre, and this development, certainly with the amount of parking now reduced even further, is certainly not going to help the overall situation. So I believe this development should still be providing 400 parking spaces, and indeed should be 421 if you take into account the loss of the numbers of parking from the original BH2 car parking site. Yet we're down now to 225, I think it is.
Chair, can I just come back briefly on that?
Yes, please do.
I think since the council has declared a climate emergency, I think the approach to town centre parking might be slightly different now than it was when the AAP was adopted. And when we look at some of the town centre car parks, they're not showing full occupancy. Particularly the Avenue car park is showing a lot of vacancy, and we're at Richmond Gardens car park. We're only really seeing that full at Christmas and potentially the major events. So I think demand is changing, and the fact that there's been some of the loss of floor space and loss of retail activity in Bournemouth town centre, I think the parking review will be taking account of this, and so that's how I can just defend that the next policy documents that might come forward might not say retain the parking at the levels that the AAP was suggesting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Helps. I think we move on. Councillor Kelsey.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It's just to clarify a point or two. Mr. Perrins came in earlier on and mentioned about the watering down, which was one of the points I raised earlier. I don't really think it's for Mr. Perrins to oppose my view. My view is my personal view on this. I think this application has been watered down by this, and I will stick by that. I have listened to the rest of this conversation this evening, and I'm still of the opinion that I will not support this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Point taken. So we have a proposal on the table from Councillor Hilliard, seconded by Councillor Johnson, to accept the recommendation of the officers and grant this application.
Chair.
Did someone speak?
Yes, I did. I did put an RTS, which you've sort of bypassed.
Oh, because you jumped. Yeah. Okay. Come in, Councillor.
Thank you. I'd just like to go back on the parking issue, which is a significant issue, and I hear what the the officer is saying, but I'm afraid it's a hypothesis, and we don't use hypotheses in terms of what may or may not be the parking requirement. We've got a policy that we use to judge and it's still valid. It's still a valid policy. And what I'm saying is, in the first time this plan was put forward, there was a mistake made because it did not account for the loss of the 196 parking spaces. That mistake has still not been put right. And I maintain that the parking should not be reduced below the 400 specified in the policy document, which is still a real live policy. It's not been replaced. It should be adhered to. And in fact, you could argue, because of the argument I put forward just now about the increase in traffic and the non-provision of public transport, that it should actually be increased. In terms of this particular car park, everyone knows that the Winter Gardens car parks are always full up. To suggest that they come down from around 400 at the moment to only 225, I'm afraid is in my view, is not acceptable.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I think you've made your point there. One last, Councillor Dunlop.
Sorry, Chairman. I think that I just wanted to jump in on what Councillor Bartlett was saying, because he mentioned the Winter Gardens car park, and it is very, very hard to actually get a space in that car park now when one is wanting to use BH2. It is very competitive, and if you don't get there very early, you cannot get a space, and that cannot be ignored. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we go to the vote, Mr. Gould, did you want to come back at all?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Just briefly, Chairman, obviously we've had a sort of more technical and detailed response on the highway issues that Councillor Bartlett has raised by Nick Helps. Listening into that debate, clearly Councillor Bartlett, in my view, is still sort of trying to reintroduce one of his concerns that he had on the previous application for the redevelopment of the Winter Garden site in relation to BH2. And I think I must just sort of urge members to look at the issues that are under consideration before them today. And in terms of the public car parking element, there is a reduction, as is set out in the report, but it remains compliant with our parking SPD. So, putting that into context, and what you're hearing about, maybe the vision for the future in terms of, moving towards more sustainable modes of transport, whilst that might not be popular with certain members, I believe that is probably the direction of travel, pardon the pun, that we're heading towards. So I think I would just urge members to sort of put that in the context and to apply like the planning balance in when they vote, in terms of all the benefits that this strategic sort of regeneration scheme will deliver to the town centre. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. I shall now go to the vote. I shall call your names out one at a time as before. Can I ask you to vote for?
Chair, I have RTS again. Thank you.
I did see that, Councillor, but I think we've done the car parking.
I'd like to come back on something that Simon Gould said.
Okay, please be brief if you can.
Yeah, I never raised the issue about lack of parking at the initial application because I wasn't aware at the time, and in fact it was only after the planning meeting that I realised that a mistake had been made in that the 196 car parking spaces from the BCP, former BCP, NCP parking car park had been omitted from the calculation, and it was, as I say, it was only much later after that approval. So this is something I think was an error and has never been properly addressed, and I think it still needs to be. Just one last thing, another thing that has not been discussed is the affordable housing contribution, which is said to remain the same. And I raised the point initially that there are now more sales, there are obviously less costs, and there will be increased profit and increased viability an increase in viability means an increase in affordable housing contribution, which is already very, very low given the size of the scheme. So I'd like somebody to just comment on that if possible, please.
Mr. Gould?
Thank you, Chairman. Just picking up the point, the continued point around the parking, again, I would just urge caution on members that if they seek to refuse this application, and as Councillor Bartlett sort of said, that because there's a perceived oversight on a previous application, I think that would put us in quite dangerous territory on an appeal. So I must sort of stress that to members, and stress that they really need to look at this set of proposals based on its merits. And as I've already stated several times, you know, you have a scheme before you that is compliant with your parking SPD. In terms of affordable housing, I said that there had been a viability assessment submitted by the applicant, and that had been independently assessed by the district valuer. The district valuer agreed with the figures and assertions that had gone into that appraisal and concluded that the scheme is marginal. Councillor Bartlett makes the point about obviously with an increase in the number of residential units, there will be more profit. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as that, and I'm by no means a viability expert, but we also need to sort of balance the potential increase in sales values with the costs that will have gone up since the original appraisal on the previous application was done, and potentially lower revenue in the sense that we find ourselves in an unusual time. And the district valuer's report, you know, refers to a material valuation of uncertainty, which refers to this COVID-19 era, which is having a massive impact on viability. So sales figures could actually go down. The cost of borrowing could also go up. And again, to really just stress to members that the primary purpose of this scheme is as a regeneration scheme, as opposed to a not-for-profit. So when you put all of that into the balance, the fact that we've still got a £1 million or circa £1 million affordable housing contribution is a material consideration. And you know, as I say, I'm not an expert on viability, but it's not as simple as just concluding that there are more flats, therefore there's more residual value. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Okay, just to reiterate, we have a proposal from Councillor Hilliard to accept the officer's recommendation and grant the application. It's been seconded by Councillor Johnson. So I should go to the vote. I should call each member in order. Again, for, against, or abstain, please. Councillor McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett.
Abstain.
Councillor Davies.
Against.
Councillor Dunlop.
Abstain.
Councillor Hall has left the meeting. Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For, and I'd like my vote recorded, please.
Okay. Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Kelsey.
Sorry, Chairman. I'm abstaining. Thank you.
Councillor Leopoldovin.
For.
Councillor Mell has left the meeting. Councillor O'Neill.
Abstaining.
Councillor Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And myself, Councillor Bull, for. Mr. Tyler, when you're ready.
5-4 with 4 abstentions.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So the total of votes for the motion is 5. The total number of votes against the motion is 4, and the total number of abstentions is 4. Thank you.
So from there, I take that the motion has passed and the application has been granted. Thank you. Now we have 2 more items. That was the last application. And we now move on to item 7, which is the request for extension to complete section 106's. We will receive an update on the planning application at Reed Steel, Christchurch, and 88 Glenville Road, Christchurch, to seek approval for extending the tower to complete 106 agreements. I will now ask David Hodges to present the report.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I will be brief. Members will recall that they resolved to approve both of these applications at the meeting back in January. In respect of the application at 88 Glenville Road, Wartford, a 2-month period was given for completion of the agreement. That would have expired in March. That agreement is now complete and we are ready to issue that permission, but of course we are not in accordance with the resolution made by members, so we will request an extension to issue the permission until the end of May. In respect of the Reed Steel application, you'll see from the report we've been approached by the agent indicating the current applicant's difficulties in the COVID crisis and requesting an additional 6 months, and bearing in mind the length of time that may take to resolve, we do request, as set out at 10 in the report, Chair, that we extend the time to complete that agreement till 31st of March 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. I'll invite committee members who wish to speak to do so in the usual way. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think it all makes complete sense because of the COVID-19 and delaying things, so I'm happy to propose as set out.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kelsey.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Totally agree with Councillor Hilliard on this one. I fully support this opportunity from the offers, and I think we should, and I'm happy to second.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table from proposed by Councillor Hilliard, seconded by Councillor Kelsey, to accept the recommendation to extend the aforementioned section 106s. I shall go straight to the vote. Again, usual procedures, starting with Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Lapoidovin.
For.
Councillor Miller. Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And myself, Councillor Bull, for. I think I can go straight to that being unanimous.
That's right, Chair. Yep, 13 votes for the motion. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. That concludes that item. If we now move to the protocol for public statements at Planning Committee. We have all seen and read the proposed protocol for public statements, and I will now ask the Senior Democratic Officer, Jill Hollyoak, to add anything if necessary.
Thanks, Chairman. I appreciate that you started at 1 o'clock and it's now 7:30, so I will be brief. The Planning Committee is able to agree further specific procedures to supplement the arrangements in Article 16 for receiving written statements at council meetings during this time. The protocol has taken into account feedback from councillors and officers following the first meeting, and a draft was then circulated to committee for comments and subsequent amendments were made. The protocol replicates as far as possible the procedures that the committee would follow at a physical meeting, including provisions around the number of speakers and the length of statements, etc. It aims to ensure that the views of objectors and applicant supporters are, by being read aloud, still openly voiced at the committee, at a time when the council is not generally able to facilitate external parties attending and speaking at its meetings. The committee is asked to consider and agree the attached protocol as proposed, or to make amendments as the committee considers appropriate. And it's just a reminder that it's a living document which can be reviewed and updated as and when the committee wants to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollyoak. Councillor Poitevin.
Thank you. I'm very happy with this. I submitted some comments to Jill Holyoke, and they've been basically incorporated. I no doubt lots of colleagues did the same. So I'm very happy that we accept this, as you say, as a working document that we can amend if we need to. We hope it perhaps will not be needed for too many meetings, but who knows? So I'm happy to move that we accept this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on people who don't have internet access, and just confirm that if they write in, the letter would be scanned and we would see it, and similarly, they would, anyone who's previously made a comment on an application, they would be told when that application is coming to committee, so that they would have suitable notice to get a letter rather than an email to us. Thank you.
Mrs. Holyoke, do you want to come in on that?
Thanks, Chairman. Yes, as I understand it, that when the notification letters go out from the planning department, that there should be an option for people to submit something in writing as well as by email. I might need to check that with the planning team and let members know afterwards.
Thank you.
Well, I'm happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So the motion has been proposed by Councillor Poitevin and seconded by Councillor Hilliard. I shall go to the vote in the usual manner. Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Davies. Councillor Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Poitevin.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
Myself, Councillor Bull, 4, and Councillor Davies. Okay, I think we'll have to leave that.
Sorry, 4.
Thank you, Councillor. So that's unanimous, Mr. Tyler?
It is indeed, Chairman. Yes, thank you. 13 votes for the motion. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. So that motion is passed. That concludes all the items for today's meeting. Thank you to all the members and officers involved, and to the members of public watching and the ward councillors for their statements. Thank you. The meeting is now closed.